Chapter 181, The Letter. Sylvester didn't let Felix stay back, knowing the man was wild and would break the chair. So they made their way down towards the basement as fast as they could. By then, the entire castle was crawling with soldiers. However, he found one old face when he was crossing by the entrance. "Bishop Lazark, when did you arrive?" Sylvester found the black-hooded necromancer looking all confused at the scenes. "Only now, Archpriest. What happened here? I thought you had come to solve a murder and stop two brothers from fighting. Why are there so many men outside and on the battlefield?" Sylvester didn't stop to talk. "Walk with me, Bishop. I'm afraid we have nothing but bad news today. A foreign conspiracy was at play here. It had been going on for years at the behest of the Masan Empire, most likely. They have set their eyes on conquering the northern Gracia kingdom. Everything seen here is a result of that. We are going to the basement now. Duke Grimton's granddaughter is supposed to be held there." "Did you write to the Cardinal Suprema of the Duchy?" Bishop asked. "Not yet. I am not yet done with the investigation. Once I have all the answers, I will write the report and send it to the Holy Land. Unfortunately, I am not qualified to deal with such international matters. I'm sure the Holy Land will wish to put more focus on this matter as it's their backyard." As they talked, they finally reached the second level of the basement. It was very dry there, and the various torches illuminated the space. They followed the lights and eventually arrived at the room at the end of the long underground corridors. Many people stood outside it and crowded the small area. From beyond, he could hear the loud cries of the Duke calling out his granddaughter's name. "Did she die?" Felix wondered. "I hope not." Sylvester split the crowd apart and made his way forward. At the door he found Lady Aurora standing as the guard, not allowing any more people to enter. "What happened?" She heard his voice and let them enter. "See for yourself. I hope your healing is good enough for this, Lord Bard." Sylvester glanced inside and noticed the big frame of Duke Grimton kneeling on the ground and holding someone in his arms, a small body. He could only see the thin legs, and they appeared too pale. "Move aside." Sylvester pushed Duke Zephyr aside and knelt beside Duke Grimton. "Lord Bard, please save her. Look at what they did to her, poor little girl," Duke Grimton cried. Sylvester nodded and checked the little brown-haired girl's eyes. She seemed unconscious, but there was a faint pulse still present. Her arms and legs appeared too thin, a sign of malnutrition. She was likely held here for days without water and food. She was just 10 years old. The fact she was even alive after so many days was a miracle, but her body had suffered a lot of internal damage. Her skin had gone dry and her lips had become a cracked mess. In addition, she was not responding to any voice. "Wait, are those keys?" He noticed a chain around her neck with two small keys hanging. "Your Grace, water." A soldier came running with a jar full of water. Sylvester quickly slapped it away. "Don't be foolish. Do you want to kill this poor girl? Feeding her water and food all of a sudden will do more damage to her body than good. But don't worry, I have other means to help her. Let's move her out of this depressing place first." He took the little girl's body in his arms and started to walk out. In the middle of his way, he whispered to the cat on his shoulder, "Take the keychain." With that done, he brought the little girl to the room of the Count as it was the closest. He put her on the bed, quickly took out the expensive solarium crystals from his bag, and placed a small chunk of it in her mouth. She was a child, after all. Too much solarium could kill her. "We need to heal her body before we feed her anything, Your Grace," he addressed the scared Duke. "Don't worry, she's a strong girl. She will survive. But you better send someone to your capital and call other healers. My methods are very crude and only good for wizards. For a child so small, I might do more harm than good." He honestly warned them lest he get her death pinned on his head. Bam! Duke Grimton stepped near Sylvester and clasped his hand as if praying. "Thank you, Lord Bard. I know as long as your light basks upon my little Thea, the warmth of the Lord will not leave her. Please, let her hear a hymn so she may heal faster. I beg you." "It's useless." Sylvester wanted to say it, but he relented since his hymns most often calm the minds of men and women. He put his left hand on Thea's forehead and let out a little bit of light touch her. Then he sang a little hymn. But this time, as the halo appeared, all men and women bowed their heads, closed their eyes, and prayed too. It was understandable since their lands had just faced one of the biggest crises ever. The Lord sees your misery as well as glory. Your life, no matter what, is an ongoing story. As long as you keep breathing, there is meaning. If there is hurt, then soon there shall be healing. Don't let these hardships and pain turn you frustrated. Don't let these bitter experiences make your vision obfuscated. Remember, only a concerned parent scolds their child. For there is light after dark, time shall again go beguiled. It's the law of the Lord, those dead may never return. But no matter how much we yearn, let's hope their souls never take a wrong turn. Let's pray that in the embrace of the Lord they return. Amen. Amen. The crowd's silence finally broke as they all responded to the prayer. Duke Grimton also seemed relaxed now and silently looked at his granddaughter. "She has no mother, and her father is a wastrel," Duke spoke. "We are the only support for one another. She is my little son, and I am her best friend for the little tea parties. He. She calls me Mr. Fatty Bear." Sylvester smiled and glanced at the little girl. He could imagine her playing around with her grandpa, giggling and running around. "I have no one in my life other than her. I want to see her come of age and be the Duchess, my inheritor. Lord Bard, thank you for saving her." Duke Grimton held Sylvester's hands and rested his forehead on them in complete resignation, showing his sincerity in his actions. Sylvester patted the man's shoulder and let him sit back, although he knew he did nothing. "It's my duty to serve the faith, your grace, and kids are the purest creation of the Lord, so if I could save her, I'd be blessed. Don't worry, Thea will live and become a strong duchess." "Cough." Duke Zephyr alerted them. "Grimton, how about you marry your granddaughter with my second son? Both are of a similar age." "Fuck off, Zephyr. My little Thea will not marry the son of a wastrel like you," Duke Grimton snapped. In turn, the little crowd in the room chuckled as they all knew this was friendly banter. After all, the two dukes had known each other since they were young, but a few faces didn't smile as they remembered the cruel demise of Count Jardel's family. The two Count brothers were still mourning beside the pile of dead bodies. Duke Zephyr scoffed. "Well, as you wish. My second son has the talent to be an arch-wizard one day. What does your granddaughter have?" "She, too, has the talent to be an arch-wizard and a golden knight. HMPH, keep your lowly brats to yourself. I will find her a strong man like Lord Bard." Sylvester silently cursed them both. "Keep me out of these foolish discussions." Duke Zephyr laughed at his rival's face. "My friend, at least dream about something possible. Lord Bard is a once-in-a-millennia creature. Folks with monstrous talents like him are not your run-of-the-mill boys. I guess little Thea will be single forever then." "What do you mean, creature? Am I being dehumanized?" Sylvester frowned in silence and slowly started to back away. "I don't know. Even if not as strong as him, then I won't settle below how strong Lady Aurora is," Duke Grimton barked back. Sylvester walked to the door. He whispered to Lady Aurora as he passed by, "Follow me if you don't want to be dragged into their banter." "Thank you," she did so. Sylvester had the keys, so he went toward Sir Walter's room. Felix, Gabriel, and Bishop Lazark were with him too. "Where are the Crusaders?" Sylvester asked his favorite necromancer. "I left them to set up a camp around the main monastery in Raftel County. The people there told me about the war, so I came to check here," Bishop answered. "I hope they don't make a mess. I believe this whole region will soon be swarming with the Holy Army and Inquisitors. I wonder how the folks up high will respond to this. Sylvester wondered. Lady Aurora chimed in. I'd rather worry more about what's happening in the remaining two duchies in the north. If the Masan Empire is behind this, then I'm sure they have plans for that region too. Sylvester shrugged. I won't bother with it anymore. This whole conspiracy is way beyond my pay grade. I'll let the experts handle them. They soon made their way into the room, and Sylvester immediately proceeded to open the armrests of his wheelchair. That slimy guy, Gabriel muttered, seeing the secret chambers of the wheelchair. Sylvester first opened the left side and found a red feather of a strange bird. He looked at it in wonder at what it could mean. Any ideas? It's a message, Bishop Lazark voiced. It's a feather of fire eagle native to the western coast of the Masan Empire. What does it mean? Sylvester inquired. It's a sign of respect and that one has accepted that their opponent is better than oneself. It's usually given in competitions in the West. I received one from a necromancer I bested, Bishop explained. Who is it for? Felix wondered. I think I know, Sylvester thought as he proceeded to open the right armrest of the wheelchair. Plop! It plopped open, and from it fell out a thick, folded parchment. Sylvester unfolded it and sighed after a single glance at the content. It's a letter addressed to me. Chapter 182, The Hornet's Nest. Sylvester held the parchment in hand and read in silence before allowing others to read it, as he wanted to ensure that there was no problematic information about him in it. I'm sure you'll be the one reading this letter first, Sylvester Maximilian, Bard of the Lord. What a strange title to have, but at the same time, so prestigious. I wish we had met in different circumstances, but since we serve the interests of two different sides, this would have always been the natural outcome. Truth be spoken, I aimed to destroy the two duchies entirely, and I was merely a few months away from reaching my target. Total destruction, as the two sides foolishly hired mercenaries from the West. Foolish they were, hence people like us can rise through the ranks so easily, Lord Bard. But I accept the only one to come close to finding me out so fast was you, and I hold my head low in respect. Young and yet so wise, the future will be exciting with you as a player, not a pawn, in the great game of ever-present political and power struggles. But I'm sure there is much for you to learn about the ugly side of things. For that, I wish you luck, and we shall meet again if fate will, perhaps this time knowingly opposing the other. Until then, stay strong and keep chanting. I genuinely love your hymns. Please keep that book of hymns on my table safely. Unfortunately, I couldn't find space to store it, but I cherish it as I personally copied it with my hands. May the light enlighten our paths. Sylvester sighed and turned the page around as there was more. By the way, I am not the one behind the murders of those women and cutting their chests. I am but an opportunistic man. I found one and used it to spread fear. I know who is behind it, but watching you run around trying to find the culprit is more fun. Good luck, blessed Bard. Let's see if you can save Gracia from annihilation by its own hands, for the darkness this time lies within the house of light. There was no name on the page. Of course, why would a spy reveal his real name to him or anyone else? But the last word spooked him a little. What does he mean by the house of light? Is someone from the Holy Land responsible? No. I can't take his words seriously. He could be playing with me again. Sylvester looked at the book of hymns on the table and couldn't help but marvel at the man. He did not even lie to me once during our various meetings. He truly was a cripple, but for a time only. He truly cherished the Countess, likely as a sister. He crafted his entire life so that everything he did was the honest truth. I couldn't smell out his schemes fast enough without him even knowing I could do such a thing. What a fantastic spy. What is it, Max? Felix asked him, unable to keep his interest in check. Read it yourself." He handed him the letter as it didn't contain anything too controversial. Felix started reading it loud so Gabriel, Lady Aurora and Bishop Lazar could also hear it. The whole letter was not too long and only took him 3 minutes to complete. "So you have a new admirer," Bishop Lazar added. Sylvester shook his head. As bizarre as it sounded, yes, he now had a new admirer. "Look at the other side. I am more worried about that even if there is an ounce of truth in his words." Lady Aurora frowned after hearing what was behind it. "This means the murders are not a part of the conspiracy. Who is doing it then?" "Let's hope Sir Dalaram finds some answers," Sylvester muttered. "Let's return outside now. I'm sure Count Jardel needs our support as well. After all, the man lost everything in a single day." They all agreed and left the room. It was unknown what effect the war would have on the duchy in the long run, but it was certain that the artificial wealth due to traders swarming in from the west would be gone now. Sylvester then went to see Duke Grimton and his granddaughter's condition. It was also late at night, and soon he'd need to perform the last rites of the dead. "I hope Sir Dalaram gets me something valuable at least." What? Green City, Grand Monastery, the capital of Gracia Kingdom. "Love here. Sir Dalaram, wake up." "Ahem. Can you hear me, Sir Dalaram?" "Sylvester." "It's Bishop Charlie White. We served together years back in the north, remember?" Sir Dalaram slowly opened his eyes and looked at the familiar face from old times. A white man with ashen hair, a beard, blue eyes, and a muscular build. "See, Charlie." Sir Dalaram felt pain throughout his body as he tried to get up and sit. He realized he was in a large room with intricate engravings on the ceiling and walls. The windows were open, and a cool breeze was coming in, fluttering the white cotton curtains. "Easy there, my brother in faith." Bishop Charlie helped him sit up. "They shot you with an arrow dipped in brain-paralyzing poison. It would have put you into an eternal coma if not for the famed Princess Isabella Gracia coming to treat you herself. She was able to extract the venom out of your pores, but the pain will take time to go away." Sir Dalaram looked at his palm. Even though he was a black man, his skin seemed shockingly pale at the moment. Who did it? And inside the Green City, how could this happen? Embarrassingly, Bishop Charlie shared the same feeling. "The entire city has been in lockdown since you fell 2 days ago. They are searching every nook and cranny to find the heathen, but it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. They don't know what to look for in a city of 700,000 that never sleeps." "It has to be related to my work. I was looking for a—" Knock, knock. The room's door opened, and multiple men in Gracia royal armor entered. The armor was plated with silver and gold from head to toe, and had various engravings made of molten green-colored silver. And there was also a green cape at the back. "Bishop, can you give us a moment? We need to take Sir Dalaram's testimony." A white, old, bald man with a majestic white mustache spoke as he took off his helmet. "Of course, Lord Commander." Bishop quickly left and stood outside the room. Then the old man sat beside Sir Dalaram's bed and introduced himself. "I am Sir Winston Lennox, Lord Commander of Gracia Royal Knights. I am personally handling the assassination attempt on you as per His Majesty's wish. I wish to know a few important details if you may agree to share them." Sir Dalaram noticed the rank plate on the old man's chest. It was silver in color with 5 distinct crystal-like rectangular lines on it. The man was a diamond knight from the looks of it, and it made sense considering the job. "Of course, Lord Commander. I hope to get the perpetrators caught too." "Then do you have any guesses on who and why someone would try to kill you?" Lord Commander asked. Sir Dalaram realized they had no idea what he did as a job. "It's likely due to my work and the current assignment. I am the aide to Archpriest Sylvester Maximilian, Sanctum Inspector, Bard of the Lord and candidate for God's favored." The Lord Commander straightened his back and looked at 4 other armed knights at the back, and nodded. Thud. The door was soon shut, and the Lord Commander turned serious, as if he realized this was a higher-profile case than it already was. What is this assignment that you suspect is the reason? Sir Dalaram stared into the man's eyes and noticed a sudden change in the aura. Sylvester had taught him for years how to read people and learn what the other one may be thinking from their body language. Why is he agitated? We are trying to solve the murder of Count Jardel's wife, and a knight from this city is behind it, as the clues have revealed. The name of the knight is. His pupils have contracted. Sir Kenwa. Hold this man tight. Bam! Clunk! The Lord Commander boomed loudly and jumped to his feet, taking out his sword from the sheath. The other 4 knights ran around the bed to hold Sir Dalaram's arms and legs. You're all involved, Sir Dalaram bellowed and tucked his legs up. Hold him, Lord Commander aimed to cut Sir Dalaram in half. But Sir Dalaram was not a weakling. Arg my eye. Just as a knight reached to the bed's left, Sir Dalaram pulled out a dagger from underneath his pillow and vigorously stabbed into the knight's eyes, turning him not just blind, but brain-dead as the blade pierced deep amidst the wet sounds. You will burn, heathens! Sir Dalaram roared and ran towards the open window, and without wasting a moment, he divided out of it. It didn't matter that the room was 5 floors above the ground, for he was also a wizard. Thud! Sir Dalaram used air elemental magic to make his landing softer as he fell on the street. However, he was still in his medical gown, so he had to make it quick and find armor because he had just realized the city's lockdown was not to catch the culprit, but to ensure he couldn't escape. He ran towards an alleyway and disappeared into the darkness. In his hand was the same dagger he used to blind that night. On its hilt was carved the number 109, the number of his first Inquisitor unit. He smiled and kept running. Thank you, Charlie. I need to rush back to Sylvester. It seems we have come too close to a hornet's nest, a nest too valuable to someone in a high place. Could it be King Gracia? Chapter 183, Broken Minds. Sylvester had no way of knowing what was happening hundreds of kilometers away from him. Sir Dalaram's battle was something the latter needed to overcome himself this time. But one thing was certain. When the words reach the right ears, heads will fly. We have come together with our heads held low to pay respect to the dead. This war was meaningless, but they did their duty as soldiers. Every man, woman, and animal is born with a purpose in their life. They give their entire life to fulfill that purpose, but some leave us fast and some later. But the end does come for all. But no matter when it arrives, we can pray for the dead that their souls reach the embrace of the Lord and they get the heavenly reward. Amen. Sylvester finished speaking the prayer as everyone joined to oversee the cremation of the dead soldiers. There were, in total, more than 8,000 dead in this conflict, mostly due to the involvement of the Duke's men, who were stronger overall. It was a prime example of senseless chaos, but as all knew, it was a conspiracy. Nobody could bring themselves to curse at the Duke, but still, Count Jardel was the scapegoat for many as they blamed him for harboring the prime culprit, Sir Walder. Speaking of Count Jardel, the man appeared devastated. His eyes were red, his face pale, and his mind blank. He didn't utter a single word and remained standing and saw his entire county burn away. Keep a watch on him, Chonky. He's mentally disturbed, a bit too much, Sylvester asked his dear friend. Slowly, the pyres were burnt one by one. They couldn't afford to make one for each, so they made huge pyres, each holding 500 bodies. Even then, there were 16 small mountains of dead bodies and wood. Rest in peace, Sylvester muttered. Nobody left the grounds and saw through the end until the last speck of fire vanquished and took away the souls of men. It was a dark night for certain, as on these lands, death had freely lifted its curtain. Let's get inside. Did the cooks prepare the meals? Sylvester heard Duke Zephyr. The man was trying to organize things in the chaos, not for any ulterior motives this time. They were all a part of the same kingdom after all. Sylvester walked back into the castle and went to see Thea Grimton, the granddaughter of the Duke. Thankfully, the solarium crystals had gradually healed her body from the inside. But still, the solarium could only heal and keep one alive, not provide the necessary minerals one may need. Only feed her porridge made with rice, chopped vegetables, and boiled chunks of chicken. Don't feed her anything too hard to digest. He ordered the slave servant who was lucky enough to survive. Yes, my lord. And make sure she does not get too cold or warm. Duke Grimton sat beside the girl and heard Sylvester giving orders. He didn't object or try to act like a know-it-all, as he knew the other party knew more than him. But he was still amazed by Sylvester, a mere 17-year-old boy with a mind to best adults. Lord Bard, where will you be going after this? Duke Grimton asked. Holy Land. I will have to write the report and hand it to Saint Wazir. It is up to them if they still wish to put me on the murder case. But forget about me. You should prepare yourself for the worst, Your Grace. All northern duchies will see a sharp decline in traders from the west. If you don't manage it, there will be riots due to lowering the people's standard of living and wealth. Duke Grimton took a cold breath, realizing that. He had not thought about the long-term consequences at the moment, but this panicked him. Do you have any suggestions, Lord Bard? There are no other markets to sell our produce. Expand, that's all I can sway. Send your planners around the kingdom and other kingdoms. See what the other kingdoms lack and can't produce, but you can. Find the demand and try to fill it. You can even invest in a few trade ships and send them to the coast of Beasteria, mainly to sell to the Beastkins. As you know, Beastkins are quick to accept the faith of Soulis. Duke Grimton nodded and thought about it in silence. Mr. Fatty Bear. Just then the girl woke up from her long slumber. The Duke frantically crawled close to her and helped her into his lap. Yes, your grandpa is here. Don't worry, Thea, you're okay. Be bad man, he lock me. Sylvester got up and left the duo to talk in the room. He looked around for Duke Zephyr, as the man was possibly the strongest faction left in the two duchies. But instead of finding the Duke, he found Count Jardel standing alone near his family portrait on the wall, looking at it as silent tears dripped from his eyes. He was still in his bloodied battle armor. I can't really help this one. He still walked to his side and looked at the portrait. He didn't say anything as the smell was too strong. The smell of hate, rage, sadness, anxiety, and so much more, all aimed at himself. The man was thoroughly broken, and it was understandable. Just a few days back, his daughter got married. It was an atmosphere of joy, and here he was now. What am I to do now, Lord Bard? The Count asked in defeat. Sylvester could somewhat feel him, as he, too, once lost all that he loved. He knew firsthand that no matter what he said, it would never get easy. The memories will always resurface and make you cry. I cannot tell you not to grieve, Count. I can only say that it was not your fault. Even the likes of Duke Grimton did not realize the conspiracy under their noses. But sadly, what happened was the fault of everyone. We were too unprepared. Sylvester patted the man's shoulder and left him standing. Chonky was still there as a guard, however. His duty was to watch over the big man. Eventually, it got late at night, and finally, the Cardinal Suprema of the duchies arrived. Cardinal John and Cardinal Karl. They came to represent the church's side, as they knew it was a mess of great proportions. But first, the dinner was served in the main hall. It was a simple meal of bread and meat stew. It was made in enormous quantities as there were many soldiers nearby. Sylvester was asked to sit between the two cardinals so they could ask him questions. Lord Bard, when did you realize something was wrong with the situation? Cardinal Karl asked, representing the Duchy of Zan. Sylvester was honestly annoyed and tired, but he answered, when I discovered that the murders of noble women with their breasts cut was not an isolated case of this region. A similar case occurred in the Duchy of Ironstone down south. That alone meant that the murder and the increasing hostilities between the two counts were not connected. But the true culprit was smart. Sir Walter played his game slow and steady to eventually win the race. Cardinal John looked around. Where is that buffoon Count Jartle? A spy lived under his command for so long. And he never knew. That's impossible. Sylvester felt like punching the cardinal. A man lost his entire family, and they were playing a blame game to save their own necks. Likely morning, somewhere, Sylvester answered and focused on his meal. What? In the backyard of Count Jartle's castle, there was a fire tree famous for its red leaves. The Count planted it himself when he was merely 10, and as he grew old, he saw the tree grow. Then he got married, and his children also grew up with it. The tree saw his life, and so did he. But ever since his wife died, the tree started to wither for some reason. Sir Walter said it was a divine message that the tree was in sorrow. Only now, he realized that the bastard likely poisoned it to strain him mentally. Thud. What am I to do now? In the middle of the cold winter night under the dark sky, Count Jartle arrived near the tree and knelt before it. His face was drained of all emotions and life. His eyes were devoid of any light. Still, in armor, he looked at his hands in rage. Bam! Bam! He slapped himself repeatedly until his cheeks and ears bled, and he broke down in loud wails. He punched the ground and cursed at Sir Walter and God. What am I to do now? He asked again and again, for nothing remained. All died, his legacy was destroyed, and his people suffered because of him. He saw it in the eyes of all. They blamed him for this mess. They are not wrong, he shouted. Tired and in anguish, he felt out of breath, so he slowly started to take off his armor. Clank! His metal breastplate fell apart to the front, and he took a long breath. Then he took off the remaining minor parts and finally took off the inner chainmail, leaving only a thin layer of a cotton tunic. Yet he was still out of breath, as if being stared at by death. He looked at the sky and found no twin moons. Even you won't shine. SHHH. He took his long dagger in hand and unsheathed it. It was long, sharp, and shining, but in the night even its shine was a waste. Meow. Suddenly he felt something strike his hands and make the dagger fall. He looked left and right in shock, but there was nobody, so he picked it up again and stared at it. I'm sorry, Marcella, I hope we meet again. Alone, he closed his eyes and placed the dagger's tip in line with where his heart was. Tears still fell out of the corner of his eyes, but his mouth showed a faint smile. It's very hard to ignore. It's hard to breathe anymore. He felt no pain as he split apart his veins. There was no fear, only the sound of cutting flesh reached his ears. Meow. He suddenly felt a jolt near his hands as if someone tried to take the blade out, but he persisted, smiling. Oh, Solis, don't stop me. I care not if your arms don't accept me. Forgive me. The final grunt came again as he felt his mouth flood with blood. His eyes went hazy slowly, but the smile remained. From his body the blood drained, but he did not fall and persisted on his knees. Alone, anguished, and in pain his body began to freeze. Chapter 184. The Escape. Nobody could have imagined the Masan Empire would go this far when they knew the war could spark at any moment with Bisteria. Cardinal Karl spoke with Sylvester and Cardinal John. Sylvester hummed and nodded from time to time as he didn't feel interested in talking about what had already happened as he was a part of it. He could feel the air of indifference from the two cardinals. They had no aura of sorrow or such. All Sylvester smelled from them was surprise and peace. But he could understand why that was the case. Cardinal Suprema was a very high-ranking position, and the men who reach it usually go through situations and training that would leave most men broken. So, to them, this could be just one of the messed up things they had to deal with. Whoosh! Makesy! Suddenly, Muraj appeared, jumped onto Sylvester's shoulder, and whispered in the ears. Makesy, that fatty, he stabbed himself in the backyard. God! Sylvester didn't finish cursing and jumped out of his chair to run at full speed. Max! Seeing him go, Felix, Gabriel, and Lady Aurora followed, and then others ran behind to see the situation that alerted the young bard. Sylvester rushed as fast as he could and arrived in the open backyard, and found a kneeling form of a man near the bottom of a fire tree. The moon was not shining that night, so it was mostly black. He quickly created some light on his hands and proceeded forward. He didn't call the man out, for he already sensed he was dead. He saw a pool of blood underneath the large body as the kneeling man remained frozen. He walked around and knelt in front of the Count and noticed a smile on his face, but drying tears near his eyes. The scene instantly reminded him of his own final moments. So you made peace with your last breaths. Makesy, I tried to help him. Muraj tried to clarify his failure. Sylvester just patted the cat's head. It's okay, Chonky. Sometimes ending a story is better than dragging it, for there could be something sadder lying ahead, or even worse, nothing. Brother, Count Raftel arrived and rushed close. He's no more, Sylvester stood back up and announced. There was silence all around. It was just another death for most, as they had seen too many already in one day. But that didn't mean there was no depressing air in the surrounding. Duke Grimton appeared visibly shaken as well. Why would he do such a thing? He was no man to kill himself. He's a fighter. Loss can push even a man as jovial as Count Jardel to such an edge, Duke Zephyr added. Sadly, he couldn't climb back out. Sylvester looked at the kneeling man with no particular feelings. He was not close to him and only treated him as a possible suspect for his own wife's murder for the most part. But he wondered how broken he was to do this. What was in his mind when he thrust the dagger in? I should leave this place and return to the Holy Land. He made up his mind. A letter. Count Raftel found a small folded parchment from his brother's tunic while trying to lay the body back. Sylvester took it and at first glance realized these were the final words of a man. It's better if I read it out to all of you. After getting a nod, he read it with a monotonous voice, but he could feel the emotions from the words personally. What is a man without a family? What is life without someone waiting for him at home? A month ago, I had everything. Now I have nothing. I was blind to not see the devil sitting above my head. I was naive to believe the riches were God's grace. Now, each breath is like a toll again and again, reminding me that I'm alive and they are not. That I lost to an enemy I didn't even realize existed. His sins with my blind trust, I assisted. There is no forgiveness for my sins, for I doom not just myself but thousands. I deserve no forgiveness, and I ask none from any. Nor do I ask for a funeral, just let me rot, for that's all I am worthy. I failed everyone, my family, my people, and my allies. There are no ways to make amends, so I have decided this is where my life ends. But before I go, I hope to try and ease the pain of some. Lord Bard, as the apostle of God, I hope you shall respect my wishes. In the castle's treasury, there rests 1,000,000 gold graces, 5,000,000 silver crowns, and many more muds. Please equally divide them between the families of all those who died and all those who were injured. Not just in my county, but also in Raftel's and the men from Duke's army. Please tell them I ask for forgiveness, but they need not forgive me if they wish not to. I deserve nothing for being a buffoon, that I know. I am leaving this heap of unhealthy flesh and bones. I hope that I can meet my family again if there exists a realm beyond. Just once, I wish to hear their sound. Raftel, I have wronged you and I ask for forgiveness. You shall be the last of our bloodline left now, and I hope you reach sky high. With this, I bid you my goodbye." Sylvester put the parchment down and glanced at the man one last time. Count Raftel was crying near the body of his older brother. "Let's prepare for the noble funeral," he told the various servants who had just arrived. He then walked back into the castle. Of course, none returned to the dinner table anymore. Sylvester instead went to find Archbishop Raymond to get statistics of the dead, injured, and all other soldiers so he could honor the dead count. Why have I not received any word from Sir Dalaram yet? The following day, Sylvester woke up after taking a short 3-hour nap in the castle library, where the county statistics were kept. He was doing various calculations to decide how much money he should give to whom. But as he woke up, he was reminded of the murder case that still remained unsolved. Even now, nobody knows who killed the Countess. Count Jartel didn't even know what took his wife from him. I should wrap things around here and head to Green City too, he decided and got back to work. Bam! Wake up, Felix. We have work. He slapped the back of Felix's head as the man slept beside him on the chair. Bam! Felix then slapped Gabriel and woke him up. But beyond Gabriel sat Lady Aurora, who was already awake and working. In total, we have nearly 10,000 soldiers who participated in the war, and about 8,000 died. We need to compensate all of them equally now. Sylvester started writing and found the calculations. First, he divided the money. There were 1 million gold coins, so if he was to give each person equally, that would make it 100 gold coins per person. But he needed to give less to those who were just injured. So he decided to give 112 gold coins to the families of each of the 8,000 men who died. All those who were injured would receive 50 coins each. This was a lot of money since Sylvester's monthly salary was 35 gold graces. At the same time, a peasant who only works in agriculture earns between 1 gold and 50 silver crowns. Then finally, for the silver crowns and muds, he decided to distribute them among various businesses in the county, as he knew the real dark times were yet to come. Felix and Gabriel, you will be responsible for distributing the money in the county of Jartel and Raftel. As for the duchy, I will hand over the money to Duke Grimton after he swears in the name of Solis to distribute it. We need to head to Green City after that. He ordered the 2 other boys, still trying to calculate slowly on the abacus-like instrument. "Do you still wish to find the killer?" Lady Aurora asked him. "No, I wish to find Sir Dalaram. He has not contacted me yet. This is not usual for him." Green City. Sir Dalaram had to resort to various ungodly means to survive inside the city walls, while avoiding the guards swarming every street and occasionally having to fight a few. He had to steal armor at night from a blacksmith shop. He had to pick the pockets of a few citizens. He had to harm a few traders to give him some goods. But he knew that if he took the Lord's name and ensured he did everything only to survive and serve the light, he'd be forgiven. Ding, ding. The bells of the monastery started to ring. This was the sign of morning finally dawning on the city, a call for all working people to wake up and do their duties, and for women to prepare the morning food. But for Sir Dalaram, this was the time to escape. He had plotted everything after careful consideration. First, he planned to take a noble hostage, but he reckoned if the one after him was sitting too high, then they might just let the noble die. He considered climbing the city walls and jumping on the other side, but many runes were likely engraved to alert against intruders. Hence, only one option was left, one extremely appalling option, but the only way out. He was desperate and knew that the more he delayed, the lower his chances of escaping would get. And if he died here, Sylvester's life could also be in danger. I must warn him at all costs. Morning cleaner, a horse-pulled smelly carriage pulled through. Sir Dalaram stood in a dark alleyway as the sun had only begun to shine. The city, as every morning, was going through its basic everyday upkeep. "Filthy boy, come here and help me. It's been stuck since yesterday morning." Sir Dalaram had already planned everything and waited for the cleaning slave to head into the house to help the resident, leaving behind his full cart. Just go, boy." He remained ready to make a run for it. "Yes." After a small argument between the slave and the resident, the slave relented and ran into the building. Seeing the opportunity, Sir Dalaram, completely naked except for the helmet, ran and dived into the huge wet pile on the city's shit cart. It smelled horrible, enough to make Sir Dalaram vomit a few times. But thanks to the helmet, his face didn't come into contact with the excrement, and having poured a few chemicals into it beforehand, he was able to tackle the stomach-churning smell. Soon he felt the cart moving again. But beyond this point, all he could do was pray to God that he'd be thrown out of the city as they usually do. The cart then moved to a few more houses, and finally headed to the city gates. "Halt! Sir, please make it quick. I need to make 2 more rounds." "Shut up, filth. The city is in lockdown and nothing leaves the city without being checked." Whoosh! 2 guards came close to the back of the cart and started to repeatedly stab their spears into the heap of waste while pinching their noses with one hand. "Check it thoroughly. Lord Commander's orders." Arg! Clank! What was that? Commanding Knight was alerted. "My sir, that was my bucket." Plop! Suddenly a nasty bubble burst. "Arg, fuck, it fell on me, go." "Holy solies, I will die checking all these shit carts this morning." The cart finally started moving again, but the spears had done their damage. One crisis averted, another had risen. Sir Dalaram couldn't cry, he couldn't growl. If there was pain, he could only silently scowl. Chapter 185, Suspense. "Thank you, Lord Bard." Sylvester handed over a bag of money to a textile shop in the market. "Prepare yourself. You will need to work harder to make money now. Don't spend it on foolish things." He advised as many shop owners as he could. In one glance, he knew which one would heed the advice and who would soon be a beggar. The entire northern Gracia would soon suffer from high poverty. Sylvester knew it. If the Holy Land and the rest of Gracia Kingdom didn't help them, people would die from hunger or worse. A plague could start. He slowly made his way back to the castle, as once again he was to say the prayer to the dead. This time he wondered if he was an extraordinary case of reincarnation, because if everyone gets reincarnated, then that would mean no new people get born. It's all just recycling. So that begged the question, why me? Sadly, this question could not be answered by anyone, nor could it be asked to someone. This was a secret he was going to take to his grave of pyre in this case, whenever it may be. May the Lord enlighten the path of his soul. He finished speaking and used a torch to flame the pyre. Seeing this one burning, all hoped this was the last, for they were tired now. On the other hand, Sylvester didn't have time to wait and see things go on. The next day, after he had overseen the distribution of money in the 2 counties and had given the rest to Duke Grimton, he arrived at Count Raftel's castle one last time. "How is Lady Melinda?" he asked, since the Countess had been resting over the past few days. "She's alive and in spirit, but I know she's broken inside after the incident and the continuous incoming news of the conspiracy." Count Raftel led him to Lady Melinda's room. "How is her health? Is she eating properly?" "Yes, but only because I told her I'd do what Jardel did if she left me," Count Raftel said. Soon they entered the spacious room where in the middle, on the bed, a beautiful lady sat with her back resting on the wall behind. She appeared lost while staring out the window as the cool breeze seeped in. "Greetings, Lady Melinda." She faced Sylvester and lightly smiled. "Welcome, Lord Bard. I'm sure you're tired after all that has occurred. I am alive, my lady. It's just that I am mentally exhausted. How are you? Did the healers from Duke's Keep check you? Can you grow back? He asked, knowing how vital a chest can be for a woman, especially for one looking forward to having children. She shook her head. They are not hopeful, Lord Bard. Sylvester nodded and wrote something down on a piece of parchment he had brought. Mere counts are not worth much in the land of God, but thankfully, my mother is a superintendent healer in Guild Peninsula. Take this parchment to her if you ever find yourself on pilgrimage. The healers at Holy Land are far more competent than what you'd have here. I've heard about bones growing back, so something should be possible. If not, then at least they can do something cosmetic related. But in the end, Lady Melinda, you must come to terms with this new life. Nobody but you can help yourself in this situation. She took the parchment with great hope. She held Sylvester's hand and thanked him continuously. Thank you, Lord Bard. Even if it's a hope that may result in nothing, thank you for this. I'm sure my lord husband and I will visit the Holy Land in this year's season of Solis. Wonderful. Now I must take my leave, Lady Melinda. I need to return to Holy Land and report the situation. As for the one who attacked you, I'm sure a manhunt will be initiated against him soon. He reassured her as he stood up. Count Raftel escorted him towards the exit. Thank you for saving us from total destruction. If his schemes had gone on until complete fruition, they could have been disastrous. The disaster is still not fully here yet, Count Raftel, be careful. That's all I can advise. They soon arrived outside, and the large carriage of Lady Aurora was waiting there. Sylvester bid his farewell to the Count without any useless songs this time. Let's go. He took his seat at the front beside Felix. The horses moved fast, their destination being the Pitfall town, as Sylvester had promised to pick Dungface when returning. How bad do you think the situation will be? Felix asked him as they sat isolated from the rest in the back. Are you worried about your house? Sylvester wondered, knowing that Sandwall County was the bordering county beside the Masan Empire. The trade route went through there and likely generated a lot of money for the region. I don't know. When I was little, I remember we still lived in decent wealth before they made the corridor. We hunt and kill the desert cannibals and take their gold occasionally. Not to mention, the cannibals attack us in hordes too. Sylvester could come up with a few reasons for Sandwall's wealth. Sandwall County should still be able to do business with the Masan Empire since it shares a border. They probably send their own traders to Masan, I believe. Your family will be fine then. But for now, let's focus on the task. I have a bad feeling about Sir Dalorum's silence. Pitfall Town. After Sylvester warned the town's archpriest that he'd be taking Dungface with him, the clergyman didn't dare harm the mentally challenged man. He didn't allow him to go and work, as usual, and he didn't allow him to climb heights to paint the monastery. But the problem was, Dungface was so used to being slaved around that he was now getting angry at being stopped from working. The simple man thought people were mad at him and didn't want to talk with him. So Archpriest Milan had to create jobs for the man, one of which was to clean the artifact room. After that, Dungface carefully and diligently cleaned all the artifacts in the room with great care, while singing a few hymns of Sylvester. His favorite was a hymn from years ago that Sylvester sang personally, though he had already forgotten that Sylvester would come to take him along. In his devotion, he just cleaned and cleaned, eventually rubbing his hand on a strange transparent orb. With warmth that all have embraced, I kneel to the Lord, for he has graced. He first cleaned the orb with a cloth, and then rubbed his hand on it to remove the scratches. Clean, clean, I make it very clean. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the crystal got covered in bright shining light that shrouded the entire room. But Dungface was so engrossed in that warm light that he forgot to let the orb go. Bam! What in God's name are you do? Archpriest Milan barged in, intending to scold him but ended up with his jaw falling low and losing breath. What how are you this is? What? Sylvester ensured he reached Pitfall Town as fast as possible this time and didn't dare spend a night in the region. He had seen the Shadow Knight 2 times, and in both cases, he appeared in that region. Felix had gone to sleep now, and Lady Aurora sat beside Sylvester, steering the carriage herself. What does she want now? Sylvester clearly knew that her reasons for being so generous as to sit at the front were her selfish desires. Nevertheless, he knew she was curious about something, and the sense clarified it. Lord Bard, how old are you? Why is she asking this? 17. Why? He asked back. She stared at his face as if trying to read him. No. What do you mean, no? Ask my mum if you want to. She still shook her head. There is something else, Lord Bard. You're too developed in the head. Now, keeping the blessing of the Lord aside, you are talented in things you shouldn't be. How do you know about making a trade? Demand creates supply. That's all one needs to know to trade, Lady Aurora. It's not that hard to master various things. You just need to try. I am personally interested in the languages of the desert cannibals and mountain tribes. He subtly changed the topic. Why, do you want to convert them to one true faith? He scoffed. Not in the slightest. Many popes have tried in the past and failed. I only wish to learn their language and find out if it's derived from our common tongue. And see if they have matching grammar with any other Earth's language, he thought. Good luck then, but I'd rather suggest you learn the Beastkins or Elven tongue. You're young and will likely participate whenever the Great War continues. I, for one, have mastered the Dwarven language already. She boasted with pride. But Sylvester was not impressed. Aren't you more than a century old? Just learning one new language is anything but amateurish. How dare you? Dwarven language is the most complex language script in existence, since their common tongue is also their rune language. They used it for mining and enchanting nearly everything. That's really impressive. Still not very impressive. Just one language in so much time. He still teased her, knowing she was also in a joking mood. HMPH, whatever. I will see how great you become when you are a century old. She scoffed and focused on the road ahead, not knowing she was nowhere near prepared for the greatness Sylvester shall earn in a decade, let alone a century. We're here. Finally, they saw the start of Pitfall Town. They drove the carriage straight to the monastery, and Sylvester called the man's name. Dungface, where are you, buddy? He called the middle-aged simpleton. I'm going to need a new name for him. Lord Bard. When monastery's gates opened, Archpriest Milan walked out, rubbing his hands, face sweating and eyes dilated. What can I do for you? What's he scheming now? Sylvester felt suspicious and jumped down from the carriage. I have come to take Dungface with me. Tell him to come out. The archpriest made a false, sad face. Oh, Dungface, I'm afraid he's not here, my lord. He's been missing for days now. Bam! Not giving him any time or explaining, Sylvester grabbed the archpriest's neck and lifted him in the air easily. Lady Aurora also stood beside him and watched everything calmly, already used to Sylvester. Don't lie, archpriest. Where is Dungface? Sylvester interrogated. Goff. My lord, I swear he has run away. I think he. Crunch. The sound of something breaking came from the archpriest's neck. If you don't speak the truth in 5 seconds, a beam of light shall come out of my palm and burn your head away. 1. The archpriest tried to free himself and kicked around. 2. The man lost strength, and his eyes started to go red from the lack of air. 3. Cough. 4. He's inside, Archpriest Milan blurted slowly. He's inside, I locked him there, he's. Thud. Sylvester let him fall but didn't let him go as he put his right foot on the ladder's chest. Why? His talents, my lord. We found out Dungface has the talent of a... Chapter 186, Bard's Night. Sylvester pressed more on the chest of the archpriest and forced him to say it. What is it? His talents, my lord. We found out Dungface has the talent of a diamond knight, second highest knightly talent. This is God's gift. This town can have so much support from the Holy Land if he remains here and learns under me. Puh! Sylvester knelt and slapped the man with the back of his hand, though not too hard. So you can eat up all the money the Holy Land shall send for his upkeep and training. Do you see, fool, written on my face, archpriest? And why were his talents never tested before? He's already in his 30s. He has lost so much precious time. I don't know, my lord. The previous priest likely didn't bother to test him since he was always slow in the head. Nobody in their right mind would expect him to have such high talent. The archpriest cried, getting continuously slapped on the face softly. Puh! This is what you will do now. You will go in there and bring Dungface out respectfully, without saying a word to him. If you fail to do that, your head and my light shall meet for one last time. And don't think I have no authority, I am a sanctum inspector. Sylvester ordered the man in a threatening tone. It worked as the man quickly got up and ran into the monastery, nearly panting and on the verge of crying. You did a number on that poor guy, Felix muttered, having woken up and come out of the carriage with Gabriel and Bishop Lazark. He's a scum, but of a lower order. He was using Dungface for free labor and abusing him constantly, Sylvester replied. Agreeing, Bishop Lazark added, a man's true nature is shown when he's given power over others. He clearly failed that test, Gabriel muttered. Soon the door of the monastery opened again and Dungface walked out. He had a big smile and a crate of fruits on his shoulder, but he looked much different. Big Lord, you're back. Dungface cheered up seeing Sylvester there. It seems they took good care of you, buddy. You have gained some good muscles and fat, it seems. Sylvester walked up to him and patted his shoulder. In truth, Dungface appeared much better now than before. Before, he was dirty and thin, and now he had good clothes and a body. He was already in the perfect state to start training, building good muscles and burning fat to make more muscles. I eat very good food, Big Lord. Milan is very kind. Sylvester narrowed his eyes at the archpriest standing on the side with his head held low. Poor Dungface didn't even know that this was the normal life most people enjoy. To him, this was a luxury because he had never had it. Dungface, I have a crucial task for you, one that will require your blood, sweat, and hard work. Sylvester looked into Dungface's innocent eyes. The man straightened his back, releasing the scent of utmost worship towards Sylvester. Indeed, in Dungface's eyes, Sylvester was not just the preacher of the Lord. He was the Big Lord. Big Lord wants my blood, I will give it. Sylvester quickly reminded himself that he needed to be careful with this man and only use simple words and sentences. No, buddy, I don't want your blood. What I meant was, would you like to join me and become my assistant? You will learn to become a knight under my training and help me spread my light to the people and make everyone happy. Dungface can make people happy, the man wondered excitedly. His eyes told everything. At that, Felix walked up and put his arm on the man's shoulder. My friend, you will become a mighty knight with great power, even stronger than Archpriest Milan, and you will also become a church member. You can help people all you want. Can I help puppies too? Dungface questioned out of nowhere. Instantly, Sylvester was reminded of the past when he found Dungface sharing his food with stray puppies, even when he didn't have enough food for himself. Truly, the man was as much of a gentle soul as they could be. Yes, you can help as many puppies as you want, but first you will need to work hard and become strong. It will hurt your body, it will make you tired, but you must never quit, Sylvester added. Are you willing to do that? Dungface looked left and right in panic. Thud. Then he put the fruit crate away and knelt down like a knight in front of Sylvester. He didn't have a sword, but he still acted as if his hands were resting on the hilt of an invisible sword in front of him. He kept his head low and proclaimed, I, I will forever serve you, big lord, in mind, soul, blood, and body. Amazing, he must have seen some other knights do this in the past, Sylvester thought. But he went with the theatrics as he didn't see a mindless simpleton in front of him. Instead, what he saw was his most loyal, most faithful fanatic follower who would one day be quite strong. He may never command armies, but he can certainly help in times of need. Sylvester raised his right palm towards the latter and started shining some light upon him, while singing a short hymn dedicated to Dungface. Thud! The moment Sylvester started to sing, and the halo appeared, Archpriest Milan, other clergymen from the monastery, and the nearby town folks knelt to pray. The Lord makes all men equal, but some he tests. In your heart, don't let those tests create unrest. It's your fate to overcome life's quest. For you, my friend, are the most blessed. You are not born any lesser than a king. You are not meant to feel cold in spring. For you are meant to fly with your strong wings. Wait and watch these hymns, even the heavens will sing. Rise, the blessed son of the light. For the good, for the sad, you are to fight. Walk with me and help me shine bright. You, my friend, shall be this bard's knight. Sylvester ended singing and put his warm, shining hand on the kneeling man's head. He caressed it and made him stand up. Rise to your feet, good sir. You are not a common man anymore. You are a knight. Sniff. Sylvester noticed a small drop of water fall just underneath where Dungface's head was held low. Let them come out, buddy. I can't imagine how hard it was to live without parents and a normal brain in a world like this. You lived this long. It's already a miracle. Sylvester was a man who schemed and killed for his own interests as easy as breathing. But seeing a man as unfortunate as this, even he felt some pity. Taking his chances with this man, he knew he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Thank you, big lord. My best friend once told me that I am very strong, Dungface said. Where is this best friend of yours? Sylvester asked back, wondering if he could have another loyal person. Cough. A clergyman walked forward to explain, as he'd been in the monastery for a long time. She's dead, my lord. She was another orphan, but not as unfortunate as him. She cared for him like a little brother when he was young, but a fever claimed her life when she was 11. May her soul rest in peace then. She had more heart than most others these days, Sylvester commented while staring daggers at the archpriest. Some are born unfortunate, but with a heart bigger than those fortunate. Dungface, rise and go gather your items. Take whatever you feel emotional about and come here. We shall leave this instant, Sylvester ordered the man. Yes, big lord. Dungface wiped his face clean and ran back into the monastery. Meanwhile, Sylvester asked a few more questions to the older priest, who knew more about Dungface. How old is Dungface, and where is his family? He's 30, my lord. His family still lives on the eastern outskirts of the town. They have a large farm there. His father has died, but his mother and 2 brothers are still alive, the priest answered. Sylvester remembered what the former archpriest had revealed about Dungface being disowned and tortured by his own family, which led to the archpriest taking the boy in. He seriously looked at the priest. Sins do not go unpunished when the soul reaches the embrace of the Lord, but to punish sin in the mortal world is our duty. Make sure you tell the family that the bard of the Lord was here, and he took their son to become a mighty knight of the church, a knight who shall one day attain the rank of archbishop or even a cardinal. All the clergymen gulped in silence, wondering how Dungface would look with an archbishop's or cardinal's mitre on the head. They imagined him smiling stupidly while in a fabulous knight's armor. To some jealous ones, it was an image that made them rage, but those real priests who felt pride just smiled. This was the proof that God writes man's destiny. Dungface was a prime example of a sad start but a mighty future. Dungface is ready. Just then, Dungface returned with a huge bag the size of Dungface himself on his back. It was made of thick, patched cotton clothes, and God knows what was inside them. Indeed, he's a Diamond Knight talent, Bishop Lazark muttered in nods. Sylvester chuckled seeing him. What's in it? Vegetables, fruits, farming tools, a little chair, and paintings. That's probably all he's owned in his 30 years of life. He didn't deny him front taking it. Good, then let's put everything on the roof of that carriage and move. I will. Dungface walked close to Lady Aurora's carriage and effortlessly threw the bag on top of it. Indeed, he was truly strong. It was now making sense how he survived years of abuse. Soon, Felix tied everything on the roof, and they prepared to head out. They wished to reach Baron Strongarm's castle and spend the night there. Dungface, come here and sit with me, Sylvester called the man to the Rience-man's seat. He wished to talk to him more and slowly make him more devoted to himself. He also needed to impart knowledge about who he should trust and what to do in certain life-threatening situations. First of all, let's talk about your name. Have you thought about changing it? Dungface, not good. It's good, but you will be a mighty knight now and need a mighty name. Do you have any suggestions? Sylvester asked. Dungface thought about it and started remembering all the names people called him. Poopy. Chapter 187, Exotic Man. Poopy? No, buddy. Poopy and Dungface mean nearly the same thing. No, we need a new name for you, one that reflects your strength, one that is fit for a knight who shall protect me. Dungface got excited. I protect Big Lord. Yes, but only after you get stronger. One more thing, you should stop calling me Big Lord. Instead, call me Lord Bard. Sylvester corrected him, but he didn't tell him to use his clergy rank to call him because he reckoned the man would keep calling him Archpriest even when he becomes the Pope someday. I will work very hard. Good, now let's get back to your name. Are you comfortable if I give you a new name? He inquired. I am blessed, the simple man, too easy to make happy, answered. Good, what should I name him now? It must be something simple and easy to remember, or too much time will be spent just remembering it. Something meaningful as well, for he will be in the public eye as time goes on. Sylvester fell into deep thought. He could not come up with a name, so he left it to discuss with others later. Changing the topic, Sylvester just asked him about his life, what he liked and what his life was like. He tried to see if the man ever lied and was promptly proven wrong. Dungface was too honest, no matter what was asked. For the first time, Sylvester felt troubled by someone's honesty. I need to teach him how to lie tactically, or else he'd spill all the beans about me if he ever learned something he shouldn't. Thinking, he steered the carriage the whole way until the sun finally started to hide. He had to make the horses go faster to reach the barony of Strongarm so he could at least sleep in peace. The threat of Shadow Knight was always looming on his head, and he tried to plan things accordingly since then. But every night, he does wonder why the Shadow Knight was even after him. He had killed no innocent just for sheer fun. He did his duty as the church asked, so he wondered where he went wrong. He didn't believe just killing Rommel was enough to earn the ire of the Shadow Knight, so there was something he had missed, he believed. Amidst his thoughts, they arrived at the barony's capital and reached the castle. Baron Strongarm had deeply impacted Sylvester's memory due to the man's past of being kidnapped by mountain tribes and living with them for a good while. It was late at night, and dinner was likely served already. Still, when they arrived, the Baron came to greet them at the castle's gate in the middle of the small town that had spawned around the castle. Welcome back, Lord Bard. I heard the news of what transpired in the north. I believe the times will be tough on all of us now. Baron Strongarm, The tall, mighty, black-haired absolute unit of a caveman greeted Sylvester with a warm hug for some reason. Strange, I feel more worship in him towards me than the last time. What changed? Sylvester wondered as he knew he had not done anything significant for the man. Greetings, my lord. I suppose you don't have to worry about it. Your economy is based around timber and hunting in your substantially large forest grounds. As long as you manage the money well, you will likely be the least affected noble of the duchy, Sylvester said, giving veiled advice. I will, Lord Bard. Please join me inside. When the guards informed me of your arrival, I woke up the cooks. A hot meal shall be served as soon as we talk. Thank you. Sylvester and the rest went to the medium-sized castle. Lord's house is very big, Dungface commented, getting the attention of the burly lord. Sylvester introduced them. His name is Dungface, an inauspicious lad in the intellect but blessed by the Lord with high knight's talents. I emancipated him from Pitfall Town. Sylvester used particularly complex words, not to make Dungface ask a dozen questions about what was wrong with his head. Of course, Baron Strongarm may have grown up with mountain tribes, but he was still a noble with substantial education. He understood Sylvester's meaning and felt pity for Dungface. He shall make quite the best man of faith, I believe, with his pure mind and heart. Indeed. Do you still go on hunting, my lord? Felix blurted as they reached the dining hall. Baron glanced at Sylvester and smiled. I stopped after being bested by Lord Bard. What he said echoed in my mind time and time again. I need not put my life at risk as too many depend on me. Besides, I am going to be a F. Your wife's pregnant. Lady Aurora noticed the Baroness sitting in the dining hall looking happy, a bit too much. How did Lady Aurora realize the Baroness was pregnant? Nobody knew. Indeed, and I thank Lord Bard for that, Baron commented. But he soon felt his words could be taken the wrong way, so he added, because of you, I decided to start a family and further the bloodline. Thank you, Lord Bard, the Baroness chirped. You finally nailed some rationality in my lord husband's head. Haha, japping about your husband, but gracefully. Sylvester thought and chuckled while taking a seat. Who is that? Baron suddenly pointed at Bishop Lazark in the furthest seat of all. Sylvester didn't introduce this time and let the bishop be on his own. He wanted the man to get used to talking and bringing out a likable persona. Greetings, Baron. I am Bishop Lazark Kulmizar. Forgive me if you feel strange due to me. It's the fault of my natural magic inclination towards darkness. Bishop Lazark greeted with a straight face under the hood of his robes. And this undead cat is Harpy. Baron suddenly jumped up and walked to Bishop. That instantly made many nervous in the room, but Sylvester only smelled excitement, surprise, and admiration from him. My goodness, this is my first time seeing an undead cat. Can I touch your cat, my lord? Baron asked, addressing Lazark with complete respect. You may, but she's slightly shy. Bishop Lazark let his little cat jump on the Baron's shoulder and meow to her heart's content. Haha, such a strange world we live in. You are so close to the darkness and yet serve the light. Bishop Lazark nodded. Because there is only one true creator, the Supreme Lord, the Solis. May the light enlighten all our paths. Baron happily chirped and played with the undead cat. I once saw an undead deep in the north when I lived among the mountain tribes. It was weak and died by simply hitting it with a boulder and burning its scattered bones. But this is much different, too animated. Because she's not controlled by my will. Such necromancy is tough to cast, but in the end it was worth it. Bishop replied, looking at the undead cat lovingly. Sylvester silently nodded, seeing Bishop Lazark coming out of his cocoon and talking to the Baron. But he was certain the Baron's open-mindedness was at play too. If all had such a mindset, Bishop Lazark wouldn't have been cursed to live alone forever. Well, now he's my cultist, so all is well when the end's well. Soon dinner was served, and most proceeded to sleep after that. But Sylvester, Felix and Bishop Lazark stayed behind as they were sanctum inspectors and had some things to talk about. "Have you heard of a Sir Kenworth?" Sylvester asked instantly. Baron rubbed his beard and tried to remember. The name does sound familiar. Is he a knight from the Green City?" "That's it," Felix exclaimed. "What can you tell us about him?" "He was here without invitation or declaration. My guards caught him snooping around my chief blacksmith's warehouse. He said he was on an official mission to assess war preparedness for the royal family, but the man was too low ranked to be any such thing. I kept him locked in the dungeons for a week with only water and then let him go." "When did it happen?" Sylvester asked. "More than a year ago, I believe. Why, is he a part of the conspiracy?" "Yes and no." Sylvester prepared to drop the bomb. "But he's likely behind the murder of Countess Marcella and the attempted murder of Countess Melinda." "What?" Baron stood up in utter shock. "And I kept him so close to my wife." "Do you remember anything out of the ordinary about him?" Bishop Lazark asked, always straight to business. Baron nodded, now far more serious. "He seemed paranoid and out of his mind most of the time. That's it. He seemed just like any other drunkard my soldiers arrest every other day. I only remember him due to his absurd claims." Clank. Sylvester placed the chakram on the table he had taken from Count Jardel's castle. He didn't have many high hopes, but since he was in the northern region, this was the best place to start looking for clues against that spy, Sir Walder. "Can you tell me anything about this?" "Chakram, it's rare around these parts. What do you wish to know?" Sylvester elaborated. "Where was it manufactured? Most master blacksmiths have their own trademark, sometimes in the shape of a mark on the product, or sometimes as the specific composition of the material." I can't, but my chief blacksmith sure can. There's a reason why he's paid more than my prima." "Why?" "Oh, you will know when you see him. He's one exotic fella." Baron responded, with some pride flaring up in him that Sylvester could smell. "When can I meet him?" "Early morning. I will inform the guards. You can go there directly." "That will be appreciated, my lord." Sylvester then decided to call it a day and headed to sleep in the assigned room. "Makesy, I'll sleep with you again." Muraj, feeling cold due to the northern winter, jumped into his blanket and happily tucked himself beside his chest. Sylvester caressed the furry boy's head. "Chonky, do you remember my lessons?" Muraj nodded fervently while blinking his big eyes cutely. "Yes, never use the word pussy again." "No, not that one, but yes, you should never use that word. But here I was talking about not climbing to sleep on my face at night. I get nightmares of drowning from suffocation." Aye, Makesy, I hug you and sleep here." Muraj snuggled his head near Sylvester's chest and fell asleep quickly. "I'm raising a baby." Sylvester muttered and aimed his hand at the lantern to extinguish it. The following day, Sylvester woke up early and went to find the blacksmith the Baron had spoken about the previous night. He did not know the man's name, but only the place to find him. The workshop was adjacent to the boundary wall of the Baron's castle, and it was at all times guarded by 2 men. And at the moment, the chimney on top of the workshop was intensely spewing fumes. "He seems to be at work." "Morning, Lord Bard." The 2 guards at the gate saluted Sylvester. "Likewise," he replied and walked into the workshop. "Greetings, I am Sylvester Maximilian and the Baron Sen." He stopped in the middle of his speech as soon as the blacksmith turned to him. The man appeared clad in a heavy leather apron, sweating profusely, and looked exotic indeed. "This is new. What ethnicity is he? I've never seen people with this feature in my entire life in this world." Chapter 188. A Name. He was amazed to see a man with what he'd call East Asian features from his previous world. The man had narrow eyes and an overall thin build, but the significant difference was that he was blond and had blue eyes. I am Sylvester Maximilian. Baron Strongarm sent me to ask you a few questions about a certain Western weapon. He continued to speak without sounding amazed by the man. He had never previously seen a man with such features, and he wondered where he was from. The famed bard, greetings. The man spoke as he put his tools to the side. He spoke with an accent, however, but it was not too disrupting or unrecognizable. What can I help you with? I would like to know where this was made or who made it, if that's possible. He handed the chakram to the man. He was yet to ask for his name, but Sylvester followed him as he moved to a workstation and turned on the magic lantern to look at the tool closely. He even had a monocle in his eye to look at it. It's hard to tell when he made it, but it is certainly made in Marashia, the capital of the Masan Empire, the seat of the emperor. It was made by a certain blacksmith by the name of Razzle Mack. It does not reveal much about him, however. From the looks of it, the man seems to be just another blacksmith in the sea of many. Sylvester wrote down all the strange names in a little booklet of his. Do you find anything peculiar or out of the ordinary from this weapon? This chakram? No, not at all. It's not even that high quality, but since it has a marked name on it, it at least belonged to some ranked person. Sylvester nodded, but instead of taking the information to face value, he knew this was a call. That fucker. He purposefully left these behind to give me something to hunt for, but not enough to actually get to him. How do you know all this? Sylvester indirectly asked for his origins. Also, they did not tell me your name. The man took off his gloves and shook Sylvester's hand. I'm called Yasukoto, Lord Bard. The name may sound strange, but my mother gave it to remember her homeland. Where is your homeland? Sylvester asked, as he didn't feel any reservations from him. My roots are from Warsong Kingdom, Lord Bard. It's the only kingdom south of the Masan Empire. It's known to be at constant war with the Masan Empire for the past few decades. I think it's been more than a century now. My mother was a soldier in the Warsong army, but was captured by the Masan soldiers in a battle. She was sold as a slave and brought to the Tower of Godless for her exotic features. My father bought her, freed her, and made her his cook, since Warsong cuisine is much different. Sylvester chuckled. Let me guess, the way to man's heart is through his stomach. Yasukoto nodded, smiling. Indeed. They married, and she gave birth to me, a boy stuck in two worlds, with a face belonging to my ancestral home and hair belonging to this side of the world. Does Warsong Kingdom have different weapons too? Sylvester asked with interest. Of course. People from Warsong are experts in bows, arrows, spears, and throwing knives. It's why they can fight against the mighty armies of the Masan Empire, which is more blessed in the art of shields, swords, and horses. Sylvester rubbed his chin and felt the tiny micro-hair trying to break out. If I asked you to compare the Masan Empire, Warsong Kingdom, Holy Land, and the mightiest army of East, Reveria Kingdom, who would win? Holy Land, Yasukoto replied without thinking. The style of fighting I have seen from Holy Land's armies is much different. You have extreme planning, formations, and such in the ranks of the Holy Army. Not to mention, the number of wizards in the Holy Land is enough to shudder most enemies. No wonder the Masan Empire is using these underhanded techniques. The more chaos spread in the East, the weaker the Holy Land would be, since we'd have to focus on extinguishing the flames on our home turf first. Sylvester reasoned with the current situation. He glanced at the man from the southwest and wondered something. The only way to defeat the Masan Empire without engaging in war is by strengthening the Warsong Kingdom. I hope the Holy Land is doing this already. I think they are. There is no other way that Warsong Kingdom could have survived for this long. Sylvester remembered the tactic used by his home country from his past life. It was best surmised in a single expression: shoot one's gun from someone else's shoulder. Thank you for sharing the information, Yasukoto. I should head back now, but I will remember your name if I ever wish to tour the Southwest on a religious trip. He shook the man's hand. I would love to see my ancestral homeland once in my lifetime, too. But for now, I need to build 5 chainmail armors for the Baron. Sylvester took his leave. Then I won't hold you at it. Take care, Yasukoto. Sylvester truly appreciated that he did not just skim through all his travels without stopping somewhere or meeting people. If he had skipped staying at the Baron's castle, he would never have found such an interesting person who may come in handy in the long run. He could have given the man money, too, to leave an impression, but he didn't, as he felt the man was already rich being the chief blacksmith. Besides, the name Sylvester will spread sooner rather than later. He didn't need to publicize that much. Sylvester then headed into the castle and ate his breakfast before preparing to make the journey to Green City and find Sir Dalaran there. If you ever roam these parts again, visit this little keep, Lord Bard. Baron Strongarm bid his farewell. I will, Baron. Thank you for the hospitality, and I shall pray for a healthy child to bring warmth to your castle. Sylvester, this time, didn't steer the carriage himself. Instead, he has asked for 2 men from Baron's subordinates to do the job. He knew that everyone was tired and needed some rest, so this was the best way. After all, what was waiting for them in Green City was still unknown. Soon, they were on their way while comfortably sitting in the luxurious cabin of Lady Aurora. It was big enough for all of them to sit on the floor covered with padded carpet. All right, time has come to decide on a name for Dungface, Sylvester announced as he sat with everyone. Felix jumped to his feet. Finally, I want to name him Alexander Sandwall. He shall be my brother. I am adopting him. Sir Felix, my brother. Dungface confusedly looked around. Bam! Sylvester slammed his fist on the low table. Don't give me that, Felix. I found him, so he's my lad. You can find another one somewhere else. As for the name, I hold the main veto, so rejected. Offended, Felix also slammed his fist on the small, lap-height table. This is preposterous. This is a scam. How dare you decide things on your own? Sylvester scoffed and raised his chin in pride. I found him, so I will decide. Besides, the name has to be small, so our dear friend here does not have to spend a whole year memorizing it. Felix calmed down in an instant. Oh, you should have said that before. I wasted my energy. Well, how about Bob? It's very small. Everyone in the carriage looked at Dungface's chubby mug. The man was indeed fit for the name Bob. But Sir Bob, it was not a very befitting name for a future Diamond Knight. Lady Aurora scoffed. I'm sure now that Priest Felix fell on his head as a baby. Gabriel snorted, holding his laughter. How about Jax? Bishop Lazark suggested. No. No. Absolutely not. Sylvester, Felix, and Gabriel denied it instantly. They remembered that Jax was the secret name of the head of Antilight. The name was akin to asking for trouble. Vetoed, Sylvester blurted. Any other suggestions? Why not ask him what he wants? Gabriel suggested. Sylvester objected to it instantly. It can't be done. I asked him before and he suggested Poopy. Everyone silently closed their eyes and tried to think of a name for him. They occasionally would look at Dungface's mug and shake their head as the name would not fit. Nomming is hard. Why not put the names in a jar and let him pick one? Let fate decide, Bishop Lazark suggested. Agreed. I'd like that. One by one, they all responded positively and wrote names on a small piece of parchment in secret. Make sure it's not a foolish name. Remember, I have the veto power, Sylvester reminded them. That, you can just veto every name until your favorite one is selected, Felix objected. Relenting, Sylvester made a compromise. Fine, the veto can be overruled if you all vote against my veto for a name. So they all agreed, and soon Sylvester placed a small jar made of mud in front of Dungface. Dungface nervous. "Don't think about it, buddy. Just pick any one piece, and that shall be your name." Sylvester patted his shoulder. But everyone failed to realize that Sylvester also nodded towards a certain invisible cat with a sizable scheming grin. Of course, how could Sylvester take the risk of someone else giving Dungface a name? The man was going to be his squire and one day his holy guard. Naturally, therefore, the man must have a small yet meaningful name. It's slippery. Dungface tried to hold a chit from the jar, but every time he'd pick one, it slid off, thanks to an invisible furry paw. Got it. Dungface finally lifted one chit that was folded in a certain unique way. Read it. Felix excitedly eyed the simple man. Dungface slowly unfolded the chit and first read the letters in the head. That's how he was taught to read. It says, Chapter 189, What Shines Also Burns. It says Zeke. Dungface, now Zeke, announced his name to all. Sylvester cheered instantly. Yes, what a fine name. Zeke is amazing and fitting for you, my friend. It means God strengthens. You truly are strengthened by God. My name was much better. It was Neo, which rhymes with new. Felix spoke, but he also accepted the name Sylvester had suggested. But who said the meaning of Zeke was God strengthens? I did, Sylvester blurted. It's fine, I guess, Gabriel muttered since he had selected a pretty dumb name in comparison. Agreed, it's a good name. Zeke, Lady Aurora mumbled. But my suggestion was still the best. Ragnar would have been amazing, but it may have been too long. Zeke is good, Bishop Lazark also agreed. Sylvester with that won this little battle. My friend, your name shall be Zeke from now on. The man blinked his eyes dumbly, not realizing what a significant upgrade it was from Dungface. But thankfully, it was easy to remember and sounded good, so he was happy. Zeke is good. I will be Sir Zeke. You are already a Sir Zeke. Just need to get you registered at Holy Land and have you assigned to me. After that, you will officially be called Sir Zeke, Sylvester explained. Clank. Felix took out a bottle of orange juice since they could not drink alcohol. For this occasion, let's share a glass of juice and cheer for Sir Zeke. Sylvester instead took out a small bottle of Grandpa Monk's Sunshine Nectar non-alcoholic but still effective drink. No, this one needs a proper celebration. This drink does the same job as alcohol, but it has no alcohol. Grandpa Monk gave it to me. This is from Grandpa Monk. Lady Aurora grabbed the bottle as if it was a treasure. He told me that he made a new drink during the gathering at the announcement of the crusade. Pour me a glass, Archpriest Sylvester. Sylvester did so, but he poured not even half a glass. Here, try this much first. Let me warn you, it's very strong and was able to knock out Sir Dolorum in a single shot. Really? Lady Aurora excitedly gulped down while Sylvester poured some for others. Bam! More, Lady Aurora greedily eyed the bottle. Sylvester relented and poured another one to her. But then he closed the lid and quickly handed it to Muraj behind him to hide it. For our new good friend, Zeke of Pitfall Town, may the Lord enlighten his paths and help him reach the rank of Diamond Knight very soon. Sylvester raised his glass. To Zeke, Felix did the same. The rest also followed, and at last was Zeke, who embarrassingly but with a big happy smile clanked his glass. Cheers! Cough! 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 Everyone except Lady Aurora and Sylvester started coughing, and instantly everyone's face took a slight hint of red. The drink made by Grandpa Monk was highly potent. There was no doubt about it. What is this crap? Felix barked once his throat felt like burning. Sylvester scoffed and japed. HMPH, young boys, can't even handle a little bit of drink. It's called being a man, Felix. If you complain, you ain't one. Bishop Lazark shook his head. Now I know why this is called the root of the devil. If a man gets addicted to it, he's giving in to the demon that lives in one's unconscious mind. No wonder I've encountered so many drunkard wife-beaters over the years. Sylvester agreed in that regard. That's why the church should also take over the production of alcohol. We can manage its sales and production as per the demand and control the supply as well, ensuring one region is not buying too much of it. Sylvester was all up for a free market and democracy, but those things were a joke in this world. Here, power speaks above everything and control grants you power, and control is synonymous with the church. They will riot. Don't underestimate the local drunkards, Lady Aurora spoke. Well, riots can be quenched, but when the madness of addiction spreads, they may worship the drink more than soulies. Isn't that heresy? Sylvester argued. We can Felix stopped in the middle of speaking. Why are we slowing down? In an instant, everyone took their weapons of choice in hand and looked out of the windows. They saw the front through the ventilation above the head of the Rience men. There appeared to be a blockade on the road as 5 men appeared on horses standing there. They were well armed and donned fabulously clean and shining armor of the Gracia royal family. What's Green City Knights doing here? Sylvester mumbled and prepared to disembark as the carriage came to a halt. Felix and Gab behind me. It seems we have some news from Green City. Be prepared to push them from information if they refuse. Sylvester ordered quickly. Halt, whose carriage is this? Bam! It's mine, Lady Aurora roared before Sylvester could even exit the carriage. She decided to take the lead here. I am the 10th Guardian of Light, Cardinal Aurora. Sylvester also introduced himself. I am Lord's Bard, Archpriest Sylvester Maximilian. Why do you block the way? The knights appeared flustered, as expected, since they were not prepared to deal with such a high-ranking clergyperson as Lady Aurora and someone as famous as Sylvester. But the man in the middle of them, who appeared to be a golden knight, spoke. May the holy light enlighten us, people of faith. We are here blocking the way to the Green City because the city has gone into lockdown. We are not allowing anyone to go on this path, so I humbly ask you to take the side route. Sylvester smelled lies from the scent released by the man. I want the truth and only the truth. So tell me, why are you blocking this road? As for your suggestion, it's humbly rejected. Even your royal family has no authority to dictate where the Holy Land's carriages go. The Golden Knight blankly looked at Sylvester and took on a more nervous stance. I didn't mean to offend you, famed Lord Bard. I am merely following the orders. We have been told that a murderer is on the loose. He is likely hiding somewhere behind us, and if a carriage goes through, he may attack the civilians. He's speaking the truth this time. And what's behind all this? Did they start a manhunt for the murderer? He wondered. Then step aside and let us through. Your little murderer can't even come close to our carriage, let alone attack it. We are in a hurry to the Holy Land. He ordered them and started walking back to the carriage without waiting for a reply. It was essential to show these knights their place this time, so he acted overbearing with them. Lady Aurora also nodded and got into the carriage. The knights soon discussed what they should do and finally decided to let them go. Nobody could fight Lady Aurora, they knew. Soon the carriage entered the area the knights had set up. The closer they got closer to the Green City, Sylvester felt something was wrong. He had not gotten any news from Sir Dalaram all this time, and now he was hearing such news. This does not add up. They can't be so weak that they must go to such lengths to catch a murderer. He sat beside the ventilator that allowed him to look at the front while they traveled. On the way, Sylvester noticed a few knights on horses on the road or off it, looking for something. They were randomly stabbing heaps of grass with spears or burning them outright. Who are they trying to find? Is it Sir Kenworth, the murderer? He wondered. Clank! What was that? All of a sudden, his ears noticed a distant sound of swords striking something. But it was not a clash of a sword hitting a sword. Alerted, he walked around the carriage to see which direction it was coming from. "What are you doing?" Felix annoyedly asked as Sylvester stepped around near the various windows. "SHH, something suspicious is happening. Get ready to fight if the need arrives," he ordered. Clank. "Ah, on the left." He quickly jumped to the left side of the carriage and looked out the window. There, in the distant grasslands, he noticed a single man, covered in mud, fighting with his bare hands against 3 knights in shining Gracia royal armor. "Who is he?" "Sylvester, I'm here." Boom! As soon as the voice touched Sylvester's ears, he clenched onto his spear resting at one end of the carriage and, without warning, exploded out of the door, shattering it apart. He sprinted faster than a commoner's eyes could see, using all his knightly talents over his body. "Sir Dalaran, is that you?" he shouted aloud. "Here Sil Ahi." A faint voice came, this time with occasional grunts. Sylvester rushed faster and prepared his spear for the throw. But since he was in the middle of tall grasslands, he created light steps for himself that appeared as he took steps forward. Up and up, he kept climbing high, and once he had a clear view, he released the spear with a force he had never done before. Boom! Breaking the sound buried, the spear spiraled towards the knight about to strike at Sir Dalaran's arm. Shining in red light, the spear was covered with fire magic, enough to melt steel and bring the mightiest to the heel. Whoosh! It made no loud sound at all when it struck. Instead, the sound resembled a gust of air. But the knight, about to hit Sir Dalaran, stopped moving, his sword hand stuck in the air in preparation. Bam! Without warning, the knight fell forward face first. But there was no face anymore, just a hole. The spear, so fiery and fast, thrust into the knight's head like a hot butter knife, melting the helmet and the brain away. Everything happened so fast that the remaining 2 attacking knights were left in flusters, as they jumped away from the falling body with an ugly burning hole in the head, big enough to see the grass underneath on the other side. "Your fates have been sealed." Sylvester had not stopped, however. Like a lion, he leapt from the sky, landed in front of Sir Dalaran and faced the 2 knights. He gave no second thought as claws of hardened light appeared on his 2 hands. Haya! Sylvester plunged his burning, white, shining claws into the chests of the 2 knights. Alorg! No! The strength was overwhelming, but Sylvester had no mercy. "Ha!" Sylvester roared, and pulled back the claws he had dug deep into the 2 knights' chests. Splash! The 2 knights went limp in an instant as their eyes turned hazy, staring at the claws Sylvester had pulled out. For in the 2 claws rested 2 hearts, bleeding and bursting apart under the great strength. It was theirs, they had no doubt. The last thing they saw before falling to their death was the blood-covered face of Sylvester. Today, he was merely the shining light that burned the heathens. Yet, to the eyes of the dead, he appeared like a demon. Thud, thud. 2 bodies fell back dead. Thud. But a third one also fell, prompting Sylvester to turn back and rush, only to find more blood oozing from the man and the scent of death overpowering all senses. Sir Dalaran. Chapter 190, Hanging by a Thread. Within mere seconds, Sylvester had killed 3 knights and now rested in his arms the mudded and bloodied body of Sir Dalaran. The man's eyes appeared devoid of life, devoid of strength to survive. "Chonky, give me the crystals. And what the hell happened to him?" He wondered while using the best of his healing magic to try to heal the large sword slashes and stabbing wounds on Sir Dalaran's torso. Each wound went deeper than the other. Each one struck where life would quickly wither. He looked at Sir Dalaran's current state, and there didn't appear to be anything on him other than a simple cloth covering his lower body. He was also completely covered in dried mud and what smelled like feces. "What the hell happened to you, man?" he muttered while fervently trying to keep him alive. "Max, what's that smell?" Felix arrived with the rest, Fuck is that? Lady Aurora and Bishop Lazark, who were clearly better in healing, rushed to push Sylvester away and started healing Sir Dalorum. Lady Aurora knew the general spells, but Bishop Lazark was an expert, for he spent his entire life alone, having no one to rely on in times of peril. "We need to clean him quickly and start sewing his wounds," Bishop exclaimed. Lady Aurora quickly used her hands to create water and wash away the dirt from Sir Dalorum's body. Then, slowly, as the skin appeared clear, they realized how heavily injured he was. "This is not good," Bishop Lazark exclaimed after patting around Sir Dalorum. "He has broken 3 ribs, 1 knee, an ankle, and dislocated his left shoulder. There seems to be some injury to the skull as well. How he's even alive is beyond me." "Let's head to the carriage and heal him there," Sylvester suggested, since they needed a clean environment to ensure the wounds didn't get infected. "Pick him up." Bishop Lazark got up. Sylvester created a hovering bed of solidified light, put him on it. They delicately put the unconscious body on it and proceeded towards the carriage. They hurried as much as possible without harming Sir Dalorum since his organs were damaged too. "I have an emergency kit for sewing wounds." Bishop Lazark hurried to his baggage. Meanwhile, Sylvester started taking out some expensive solarium crystals and fed Sir Dalorum one by one in pieces. The crystals would ensure that Sir Dalorum did not run out of solarium in his body, which was as important as blood. "Wait," Sylvester stopped them. "Check the internal organs first. If they are bleeding, then we can't just seal the wounds." He hurried close to help Bishop Lazark with his crude medical knowledge from modern times. They opened the wounds a little to see inside, but blood was flooding and stopped their vision. "We don't have modern equipment. We can't afford to drain this blood out." Sylvester thought and just put his hands over the deepest wounds and started to send out green light, which was the healing magic. "We can't see the insides. Just try to heal the wounds with magic until we see the bleeding reducing," he suggested. Lady Aurora objected, however. "We can't let him bleed more. We need to get him blood-replenishing potions, or else even your crystals won't save him." "Damn it, I don't have any. I used all of them to save Countess Melinda the last time." Sylvester cursed internally and tried to come up with something. Since the attackers were knights from the Gracia royal family, it's suicide to enter Green City. "Let's take the river. We can move faster on it, and the carriage can be brought to Holy Land by the 2 knights of Baron Strongarm." The Gold River flowed adjacent to the Green City and went into the Blood Sea, from where the Holy Land was just to the left, not far away. The strategy could work as the river was downstream for them, and with their magic, they could make the boat go faster. "Where will we find a boat now?" Gabriel asked. Sylvester looked in the distance, towards the south where the river was supposed to be. "I will take care of it. You all bring Sir Dalorum along to the shore." "I will come with you." Felix got up quickly. Sylvester didn't deny him and promptly left on foot, as horses were required for the carriage to move. Not to mention, the river was not too far. The Green Road was mainly built adjacent to the Gold River since the era of the gold rush in the river. With them gone, Gabriel quickly proceeded to help as well. "I know how to brew some low-level healing potions. I think I can make them with a few plants I saw outside. I will get them." "Do it," Bishop blurted. "Any help would be appreciated right now." Sylvester went straight to the south without much hope of finding a town or a village. His best bets were the boats already in the river going about their business. "Felix, don't be near me when I reach the river. Stay out of sight as I will need to do an act," he ordered. "What's the plan?" "You'll see." Sylvester soon found himself standing on the shore of the river. The river was deep and wide, as most of it was extensively dug for years in the past. He looked at the ongoing traffic. Every few minutes, a boat passed by, some small and some big, and all of them contained cargo as they were headed to River City. That one. He finally noticed a small boat with enough space for all of them, so he quickly started to sing a hymn and made the halo appear behind his head. That made him seem like a lighthouse beside the river. Soon enough, the boat's owner noticed the marvel and couldn't help but proceed to him. He was, after all, a commoner. Seeing a man appearing so heavenly was like a boon from Solis. Sylvester noticed him and started singing loudly in hymns. "O son of the great Solis, hear the sermon. Bask in this warmth and rid all your burden. The time has come for you to determine. Do you wish to be ignorant or memorize this hymn?" He made sure to make the man feel warm from his light to increase the effects. Let go of your worldly possessions, your life and luxury. It's time for your holy journey, for self-discovery. Here, have this gold, and for prophecy, prepare to behold. It's time to head to Holy Land, by Solis you've been told. Sylvester took out a bag of gold from his robes and extended it to the man. Make your choice, son of the Lord, this or live in the eternal dark. Are you prepared to make the sacrifice and leave a lasting mark? Speak, O Son of God, will you stay or proceed to embark? The man started to cry on his knees and accepted the bag of gold. I will, holy Solis. I will walk to the Holy Land right now. I am graced, I am blessed. Sylvester just nodded. The man, on all fours, crawled away in respect towards the road and then headed towards the Holy Land with a bag of gold. Sylvester stopped singing, jumped onto the boat and started throwing away all the goods from the shed on it. Move on, Felix, we need to hurry. What was the need to do all that? He would have agreed to sell us the boat for the money anyway. Felix asked him while also throwing the goods. Ignorance is bliss, Felix. That man now believes that Solis told him to head to Holy Land on foot. If anyone asks him where he's going, he will answer as such, making all believe he's heading to Holy Land as a pilgrim for the upcoming season of Solis. Remember, we do not want to alert the Green City. After a while, the carriage also arrived, but when Sylvester saw that Sir Dalaram's condition was worsening, he quickened. Move fast. Then he handed some gold to the two knights who would steer the carriage. Remember, you must only start your journey tomorrow morning, so rest in the carriage for the night. With that, he pushed the boat with the oar and made his way downstream. At the same time, Felix and Gabriel were putting runes at the back of the boat to create an airwave that would thrust the boat faster. Lady Aurora reminded them of a problem, however. How are we going to leave Green City? No boat or ship passes their shore without being checked. Sylvester didn't think much about it anymore. If that happens, then I'm afraid you will have to go all out, Lady Aurora. I don't believe they will have the guts to so openly attack a guardian. She could only nod in expectation of such an outcome. I hope you're right, Archpriest. Slowly, the boat made its way down the river and finally crossed the bridge beyond, which was the Green City, one of the oldest cities in the world, spanning nearly an entire river delta. It boasted the most talented and sophisticated population of the higher class, where music, art, and innovation were given importance. Unfortunately, however, all that was in decline at the moment. Everyone ditch your armor and don clergy robes. Don't let them feel any hostility from us, Sylvester ordered. They knew they could likely fight their way through, but they didn't wish to waste the precious time needed to save Sir Dalaram. So, without questions, they started to take their armor off and patted clean the robes. Lady Aurora even put her rank plate on her chest, proudly showcasing a golden plate with 6 diamond bars of Grand Wizard on it. There's traffic in the river, Felix cursed as he steered the boat. They had arrived in a region of the river where Green City blocked boats and ships from moving using thick, long metal chains going from one end of the river to the other. There were 5 different chains like these, creating 4 long stretches of river that would be blocked at a time in series. They had no way but to get in line while the port managers, and the river managers of the Green City checked each boat or ship one by one. They used specially enchanted little boots with wide circular wooden boards attached underneath to move around on the water with ease. "All right, so where are you heading?" Soon, a man appeared in light green robes jumping onto their boat. Sylvester stepped forward. "Greetings, fellow man of faith. We are returning to the Holy Land." "From where?" the port manager asked without much interest. "Why does that matter to you?" Lady Aurora stepped out all of a sudden. "Church business is confidential." "Who do why?" The port manager shut up the moment his eyes rested on Lady Aurora's chest. They were ample, but the man was not aroused, instead frightened. Forgive my impudence. Please wait. I will bring the clearance." "Good," she just nodded with arms folded. The man rushed back to the shore and entered one of the complex buildings. This granted them a moment to relax and hope. "I believe that worked," Sylvester muttered. "Thank you, Lady O." "Max, come quick. Bring your weapons." But all of a sudden, Felix's shout from the front of the boat interrupted him. Sylvester quickly moved, jumping over the small shed and reaching the bow of the boat. He found Felix gawking. "What hap? This is bad." Sylvester cursed as he noticed the situation. The boats and ships around them appeared to be moving apart and creating space. But at a glance, it was clear they were not doing it to let them go, but to allow someone to reach them. "Arms up," Sylvester roared. "Go all out." Chapter 191, Trapped. "Arms up," Sylvester roared and clenched the spear in his hand. He continued to look around himself and noticed the many wizards and knights on the various incoming boats, large and small. These boats were completely different from what others looked like. An abundance of green paint was on them. That was the infamous mark of the Gracia family, previously called Green Tribe, a fact known by a few. "Felix, when I give a sign, start steering the boat ahead. I will break the blockade," he instructed as he put his palm by his chest, facing the front. Lady Aurora also appeared beside Sylvester, this time having donned her armor again and her sword in hand. "They likely know I am with you, and they still dare to come and attack us. So they are either foolish, or they have brought someone they know can harm me." Sylvester was unsure of it, however. That would be suicide for the entire Gracia royal family. The Lord Inquisitor and the Church would shower their wrath on this land if you were harmed by these supposed allies. Don't you think so? She nodded in agreement. "You can be right. You are most likely right. But after being alive for so long and having seen so much, life has taught me never to underestimate someone's ability to do something stupid. I can understand that, but I don't wish to spend time here in a fight. If Sir Dalaran dies..." Sylvester didn't even know what to say. What did he see the man as? As far as he knew, Sir Dalaran saw him as his son. But Sylvester, a mentally old man, could never do the opposite to him. For the most part, he saw Sir Dalaran as a good friend, loyal believer, and his first and most critical teacher. "I will be extremely disappointed." He finished his words, albeit a dozen emotions were hidden behind them. "Me too, he's a good man with morals," she said and held her sword in a striking pose. "Get ready now, they're arriving." It was just Sylvester, Felix, and Lady Aurora who were going to fight since they needed someone by Sir Dalaran's side for his injuries. Gabriel was not much help in large-scale battles either. The man was more of a philosopher than a warrior. "Felix, be prepared." Sylvester silently waited for the oncoming boats. There were 5 of them, surrounding them in a semicircle. They varied in size, with at least a dozen men on each. Sylvester was trying to let them come close so he could sense the scent if they were completely, unreasonably hostile. Hold. A loud call came from the largest boat in the middle as a man waved at them in shining, semi-golden and silver armor. "Don't engage. We come here with no intention of causing hurt." However, Sylvester didn't put his guards down and kept himself prepared to send out a large beam of wrath of heavens to make way for himself. The beam was strong enough to melt rocks and make a deep cave, so melting some wooden ships and a few metal chains would not be difficult. "Identify yourself," Sylvester shouted back. "I am Sir Morphus, sworn to the faith and protection of Princess Isabella with my life. I come here to ask you to wait a little longer. The princess wishes to speak to you." Sylvester saw the rank plate on the man's chest up close now. The man was a diamond knight, not a threat to him, as he had Lady Aurora at his side. Not to mention, he didn't take the man's words at face value. "What does the princess want from us lowly clergy folks?" Sylvester asked back, a little bit of mocking in disguise. "Please, Lord Bard, Lady Tenth, we know what has transpired and we wish to right the wrongs. The princess is coming to explain everything herself," Sir Morphus replied. He's not lying, but why would the Gracia princess come here? Could it be that even he does not know what the princess or his masters are planning? Sylvester wondered and didn't put his guard down. "If that's the case, then we decline to meet her. Move aside and free our path, for that is the desire of Lady Tenth," Sylvester replied, invoking the big lady beside him, to which she just nodded. "Please wait." Just then another boat rushed close to them, this being the smallest, and right away approached Sylvester. The only reason Sylvester didn't strike was that a woman was standing at the front of the approaching boat, and since her blonde hair was visible, he reckoned this was the princess. He knew it was foolish to be the first attacker in this case. "Do not come closer," he still warned. But the boat didn't stop and the woman kept shouting, "It was not my brother, please let me speak to you once." Her face was not visible under the brown hooded robes, but her voice was charming, as if she had been singing her entire life and could not sound normal anymore. Every time she even shouted, it felt melodious. Sylvester glanced at Lady Aurora. Didn't they say she was a student of healing magic, so why does she sound like a singer? Lady Aurora shrugged. Who knows, maybe she was a part of their monastery's singing group. Anyway, what's your plan? We can't waste time here. Sylvester looked back at the oncoming woman. He had no idea what she looked like or her personality. He did, however, remember the previous queen of Gracia Kingdom, Queen Rixina, from when he was a baby. If I remember right, didn't that queen get her palm stepped on by Lord Inquisitor as punishment? And she held jealous and lustful thoughts about me, a baby. Are her kids like her? He wondered in silence and let the woman approach her. Thud! The princess jumped onto Sylvester's boat and clumsily landed in front of him. She then quickly removed her hood and revealed her striking face to all. To say she was beautiful was an understatement. She had a different charm of cuteness and innocence written all over her. With long, silky blonde hair, a curvy fit body, big gray eyes, a round face and full red lips, she was worthy of being called one of the prettiest Sylvester had ever seen in this world since his birth. Bam! Sylvester tapped Felix's shoulder, telling him to shut his drooling mouth, as he expected the guy to react this way at one glance. I can smell anxiety, fear, worship, and hope mixed all together, with fear overpowering everything else slowly. What can she possibly say to defend her family? She does not appear much older than me, maybe 18 or 20. Let's see how smart she is. Please leave, Your Highness. We do not wish to speak to any member of your family. Sylvester antagonized her. But instead of showing tearful eyes, she showed a resolve that she had indeed come with the goal of clearing her brother's name. Please, call me Isabella, Lord Bard, and I can prove that my elder brother did not try to harm Sir Dalaran. Prove it then, I'm listening. Sylvester folded his arms while she stared at his face, finally revealing what he was used to by now from most women he meets, desire. However, it was worth noting that there was no lust here. Just attraction towards his face. Sylvester often believed that God had played a joke on him by giving him the worst luck, a fabulous face and strength, while ensuring he must remain celibate for his goals. Not that he wished to mingle with women anyway. Princess Isabella fiddled with her hands nervously and asked with her head held low. I, I need a little time to prove it, but I assure you I can. My brother is a just king, maybe a little spoiled and easy to anger, but he's not foolish. The attack on Sir Dalaran was done by some foreign powers trying to create problems for my family. Lady Aurora scoffed. You're saying your own family knights under the duty of the crown are not under your control. Princess, I can see you're not too old, so I can understand, but please don't think we're as naive as you. Lady Isabella shrank her neck, obviously scared of the powerful, exertive woman. Lady Aurora was like a big sister one admires but also fears. I know, Lady Tenth, but believe me, if my brother wanted to harm Sir Dalaran, it would not have occurred inside the Green City. Sylvester stared at her face while shaking his head. He could see she knew about the noble world's internal politics but lacked experience. Please leave, Sylvester firmly ordered this time. Your Highness, the investigation is not a personal matter anymore. Sir Dalaran was here to investigate something that has terrorized the entire northern Gracia, so the webs of lies and schemes go deeper than you can imagine. Let the church investigate and don't interfere, lest you fall out of the grace of some senior clergyperson. This time she pleaded with wet eyes, knowing that if the matter went into the hands of someone more radical, then her family was over. Her mother had already tarnished everything by waging war on Riveria a few years back, and now this. The church only tolerates the Gracia family because removing them is too much of a hassle, but that does not mean they can't remove them. Please, just give me one chance to prove my family's in no. Bam! Gabriel appeared behind Sylvester, angry and anxious. Why in this tarnished world are you waiting here? Sir Dalaran is dying. We need to get him to the Holy Land fast. You have Sir Dalaran here, Princess Isabella exclaimed. Where? I thought I had healed him already. I was told he had left. So she doesn't know what occurred outside the city, Sylvester realized. What do you mean healed him? He interrogated. Princess Isabella didn't reply instantly. Instead, she walked forward, pushed Sylvester aside and proceeded towards the shed on the boat. He was attacked with a brain-paralyzing arrow inside the city, and I healed him to save him. He's a very kind man and told me stories about you. Please, let me help him. I think the poison didn't leave his body entirely. Poison? Felix was irked. You heathens poisoned that man too. No wonder he's dying now. Sylvester completed. He's dying because your knights were seen trying to kill him outside the city, Your Highness. If not for me, he'd have died. Now, bloodied, broken, and in pain, he's battling to breathe. I repeat, your family knights did it. No tea, that can't, she gasped and ran towards the shed. Let me see him. Sylvester stepped in front of her. Do not push me now. Please leave and let us go too. Whatever you can do, folks in the Holy Land can do better. Let me help him at least. They call me a once-in-a-century prodigy in healing magic. I can help him. She requested him, her eyes bawling. Sylvester, not moving, looked into her eyes and kept glaring until she stopped crying and focused on him too. He was absolutely serious and even murderous to some extent, something he didn't hide. If you wish to help, tell your men to move aside and let us proceed. I will. She was quick to turn around until Sylvester further added. You shall remain on this boat and live in the Holy Land until the verdict. Then, if the guilt is proven, the first head to roll shall be yours. Archpriest, that's going too f. Lady Aurora tried to stop him. But Princess Isabella remained in front of Sylvester, glaring back, then finally replying. Lord Bard, if it means I can heal Sir Dalaran and it calms your mind, I do not mind being confined. Chapter 192, Here He Comes. Sylvester didn't know how important the princess was to her brother, or if she had received permission from her brother, the king, to seek them and explain things. But he decided to keep her close if things came to a point where he had to force the king. As for the princess, He held no repulsive thoughts since she did not lie the whole time. She did heal Sir Dalaran in the past and seemed sincere about helping him heal now. But on a side note, Sylvester felt she wanted to ensure Sir Dalaran lives to save her kingdom from peril. So he allowed her to see Sir Dalaran while the blockade cleared up. But as their boat started to move ahead, the guards of the princess also followed behind. But he didn't mind, as they wouldn't be allowed inside the Holy Land anyway. Knights pledged to my family did this. Princess Isabella sat beside Sir Dalaran's body in shock. Seeing how badly the man was injured had shaken her belief towards her brother too. They sure did, since one of them is lying without a face and two without hearts, Felix blurted. Sylvester, however, didn't care to make small talk with her. Can you help him or not? If not, then go and sit on that corner. She nodded strongly and placed her hand on Sir Dalaran's injured, covered chest. I can, I think. At least help him stay alive until we reach the Holy Land. I can use magic to turn the blood of anyone to suit another, but it can only be done if I do it with my own active magic. Sylvester eyed her in a bit of jealousy and wondered if he could learn it. With this, he can kill his enemies and use their blood to heal himself or his allies. How much do you need? Does it have any specifications? He questioned. It must belong to a human. That's the only requirement, she answered. Sylvester kept a straight face, but deep down he was cursing. I don't fit this in any case imaginable. Are elves considered human? Likely not, even if they look so similar. But if I don't offer my blood, then who will? He looked around and noticed a sense of confusion. Everyone was waiting for Sylvester to jump at the opportunity, but he was still silent. I need to divert their line of thought. Gab, can you do it this time? If I gave my blood, I wouldn't be able to fight in case something happened. Lady Aurora and I are the strongest walls keeping us safe right now, he asked in a solemn, serious voice. Lady Aurora thankfully agreed with his argument. Indeed, until we reach the Holy Land, we don't know who we can trust. I shall help too, Bishop Lazark added. No, I will, Gabriel barked. Bishop Lazark already looks like he's just one step away from death. Look at his pale skin. He's white as cotton. No, we can't have him falling too. I will give the blood required. It's just my skin color due to the absence of exposure to direct sunlight. Bishop Lazark clarified, but none trusted him. The man was too thin. Please rest beside Sir Dalaran then, priest, Princess Isabella meekly spoke. So they all saw as the princess used magic of some sort and a thin little tube made of sheep skip to first extract blood from Gabriel by making a small incision on his arm. She then used the same tube, made a similar incision in Sir Dalaran's hand, and used her magic to attach it. Sylvester stood close, analyzing and memorizing every move she made. But slowly, it became hard to focus as the magic started to seem too complex, not to mention beautiful. It was a mix of runes and incantations. She first moved one hand over the container of blood. In an instant, 4 parallel layers of green runes appeared. They were all circular with intricate patterns inside. Then the blood started to shine in white light. At the same time, she placed her other palm on the hand to which the tube was connected. Here, she used similar runes, but they were 5-layered. This is brilliant. She's using 5 layers of runes, where it's hard for even an archwizard to do more than 3. But is her mastery just related to healing, or is it all kinds of magic? Sylvester was in awe of this woman's skills. But soon, it became apparent that her internal strength was not much. Her forehead started to sweat profusely, and her eyes dilated. She also started to pant while chanting some incantations to activate magic and intensify the effects of the runes. Slowly, she put all the blood taken from Gabriel into Sir Dalaran. It was unknown what kind of magic it was, or if it was just a mutation in her, but it was clear that she was indeed a medical genius who just lacked some experience. Sir Dalaran will need better care now. as we can only heal the internal damage in the specialized surgery rooms with expert help. Princess Isabella wiped her head and dragged herself away from Sir Dalorum to sit beside the wall. Sylvester went ahead and gave her a glass of water. He reckoned that being kind to her could bring benefits he had not foreseen. "Thank you for your help." His breathing and pulse seemed normal now. Bishop Lazark seconded that. "Indeed, he's much more stable, albeit still in danger." Princess Isabella silently nodded and looked around at everyone for the first time in calmness. She only glanced at Lady Aurora, while Bishop Lazark seemed a bit freaky. Sylvester was handsome enough to make her blush, while looking at Felix poking his nose made her shake her head. The only normal one seemed Gabriel, but even he took out a random book about religious philosophy and started reading it beside Sir Dalorum. Sylvester smelled a mix of scents that could only mean amusement. "This is normal." She hummed sheepishly. "Lord Bard, I can understand your anger, but believe me, I didn't know Sir Dalorum was attacked outside." Sylvester didn't react much. He was likely on the run. "When he wakes up, we shall know everything. For now, you should pray that your elder brother is not behind this. But worry not. If he's not guilty, I shall drop you at your home safely." She nervously rubbed her hands together as Sylvester sat beside her, resting his back on the wall. I'm a little scared. This is the first time I've stepped outside Green City. My mother was very strict with me, and my brother is overprotective." "A trapped princess, then, which means a highly impressionable mind. Can I mold her my way?" "The world is full of insane, vile monsters. Most often than not, they look just like us. Looking at you, I can understand why they feared for your safety. Your beauty must be coveted or envied by many in the higher nobility." He complimented her strategically. She blushed and looked at his face. "You're very handsome too, Lord Bard. I'm sure many women must go mad for you." "Your mother included, sadly." Of course, he won't say that out loud, but he acknowledged the compliment. What he was trying to do was create an impression in her brain. Impression of a strong, mature, and reliable man with a good face and voice. Something she would later remember forever and may even long to see again. "Oh, you have no idea how often I've been asked for marriage by rich, noble women. I remember once a woman in a celebration held at Fort Sunflower asked me to make her a mother." "What?" Princess Isabella's jaw fell. "How could a noblewoman be so vile?" He shrugged. "That's just a moderate example, Your Highness. Anyway, unfortunately for all women, I'm already married." This time her shoulders fell too. Not just her, but Lady Aurora, who was snooping on them, and Felix, who was enviously staring at him too, showed a reaction. What are you saying, Lord Bard?" Princess Isabella asked in utter confusion. Sylvester chuckled and stood up. He first went to Sir Dalorum's body, checked the pulse, and then moved to his large bag taken from the carriage earlier. Then, before anyone knew it, in his arms was the violin. "Of course, even Lady Aurora is married, as are Bishop Lazark, Felix, and Gabriel. We're all married to Solis." He sat back beside Princess Isabella and started to play the violin in a pleasing tune while humming mostly. The lyrics were rare and spontaneous. "He's your servant, please grace his body with your light and the warmth that you embody. Show us a great lord just once, a miracle. Save one great man, for the world's full of the cynical." He mainly sang for the betterment of Sir Dalorum, never breaking the halo that shined behind his head, even when humming as he spoke the words under his breath. All that, in response, made the room on the boat warm, as well as the many hearts. Princess Isabella, who saw the legendary bard in action for the first time, was the most affected as she was the closest to him. Her eyes simply shined at each verse he sang. Nevertheless, her face would remain the same, blissful. Sylvester could see it already, as many walls of reservations were being broken. He knew he had a great cheat on his hands, as people trusted him a bit too easily after seeing him sing and shine. But he cared not, for this was a great game. If he didn't play it, someone would play him. It took them nearly half a day to reach the Blood Sea in the east, and from there they took a left and slowly proceeded into the Pope's Peninsula, where the specialized sick bay existed, reserved for the high-ranked clergy. They didn't waste a minute and took Sir Dalaran to the small but highly sophisticated sick bay. However, since it was reserved for folks of high importance, like Sylvester, Felix, Lady Aurora, or Bishop Lazark, Sir Dalaran was denied entry, for he carried no special rank. But Sylvester took the old bishop sitting at the admission desk to the side. He is a man of great importance, for he's close to Lord Inquisitor, and the prime suspect behind the attempt on his life is King Harold Gracia. The second half of the bomb was effective enough to make them hurry around and take Sir Dalaran in. After that, a senior healer team was seen entering the surgery room. They were all left to wait outside the room. Sylvester didn't know for sure what they would do inside without modern technology, but he just hoped Sir Dalaran didn't suffer any serious damage. Thump, thump. However, half an hour later, sudden sounds of a metallic object hitting the ground and someone walking towards them echoed. Everyone was tired and looked to the side, only to find the sick bay staff on their knees. Thud. In an instant, Felix, Gabriel, and Bishop Lazark took to the ground on one knee and kept their arms crossed on their chests to salute. Slowly, Sylvester also took to his knee and tiredly addressed the tall man draped in red robes and a pointy helmet with a visor. "May the holy light enlighten us, Inquisitor High Lord." The giant man looked at Sylvester and then at the gate leading to the surgery room. His heavy voice soon boomed, albeit him speaking low. "So the diseased lands have started to rot, enough that honest good men are being caught. Speak, favored child, what has you so bedeviled?" Chapter 193, Darkness. Sylvester stood up and looked at the man's visor. He could sense the scent of anger and rage from the Lord Inquisitor. But this was the case most of the time he met him, so he was unaware of what he was angry at. "I will hand over the fully detailed report by evening. The gist of the matter is that a foreign conspiracy caused the war in northern Gracia. Thousands died in the war before I stopped it. At the same time, the case of someone murdering noble women and cutting their breasts seems to be a widely spread occurrence. I sent Sir Dalaran to find a knight in Green City, as surviving female victims claim the knight was behind the attack. But I did not hear from Sir Dalaran until I found him on the outskirts of the Green City, naked, injured, covered in mud and feces, fighting barehanded against 3 Gracia royal knights. Now, Sir Dalaran is fighting for his life." The Lord Inquisitor nodded and glanced at Princess Isabella. "You did well bringing her. If it is found that the bucket of sins for the Gracia family is full, they shall get what's coming. Nothing shall save them from succumbing to their fate." Sylvester noticed Princess Isabella shivering in fright already. The name of Inquisitor High Lord was not something people recalled in hopes of seeing him. He was famous for purging heretics even for the slightest disrespect to Solis. It was unknown what made him so religious, though. "Lord Inquisitor, I wish to take up the investigation to find this perverted murderer, while senior clergymen can take up the investigation into the Gracia family," Sylvester suddenly asked. "I do not assign work to sanctum inspectors, God's favored, nor do I meddle in the work of my associates. If you wish to investigate it, you should ask Cardinal Lovecraft." Sylvester nodded appreciatively. "Understood, Lord Inquisitor. I was merely stating a wish. But of course, in the end, these matters are better left to the more experienced seniors." "Do the thing, old man. Weave your words and get me on this," Sylvester muttered to himself. His decision to continue with this investigation was purely self-serving. He cared not for any princess of the Gracia family, but he cared for his own reputation and connections. He understood that this case held high importance for the nobles around the kingdom. If he investigates and solves it, he will not only meet many of the rich but also paint a positive image in their minds. In the long run, this will help him when the battle for the Holy Throne goes into its final stages. After all, it was a known fact that most of the nobles had their stooges inside the church, some in low and some in high places. But whenever he glanced at Princess Isabella, her meek manner and impressionable mind, all he could think of was a tool that had fallen into his arms by the grace of whatever god was out there. She was the second child of the previous queen. Even if it was a common law that women could only become queens if all male heirs were unavailable, it still made Princess Isabella second in line since the current king had no children and just a younger brother. If I play my cards right with her, I can attain influence over the Gracia Kingdom's royal court, but that is if they are found innocent, Sylvester thought, already weaving his little strings of plots and schemes, all for the final grand plan. Knock. The door of the surgery room opened, and a few healers walked out, talking among themselves. They all wore the same robes they did when they went in, nor were their long beards covered. Clearly, hygiene was not considered necessary yet. But once they walked out and noticed the tall and mighty form of Lord Inquisitor, they also fell to their knees. "Speak, what is the status of Sir Dalorum?" Lord Inquisitor asked. The old healer at the front spoke. Lord Inquisitor, I am honored to have." "Answer the question, healer. Your faith in me is being questioned by none here." The healer shook himself to his senses and replied professionally. "Sir Dalorum is in good health now. The looming danger over his life has vanished, but the long-term consequences of the injury will only be revealed in time. I am most concerned with the hit on his skull, as it could have done something we could not see. As for his body, most of the wounds and bones have been fixed. He shall wake up in a few hours, likely. But one thing concerns me. Was he poisoned in the recent past?" All eyes other than those who didn't know turned to Princess Isabella. She was the one who revealed this part, after all. "Yes," Sylvester replied. "A brain-paralyzing agent was delivered to him through an arrow wound." That makes things worse," the healer grunted. "With the injury to the head combined, we may never know what caused something if we ever witness an anomaly." Sylvester prayed that was not the case. He reckoned that brain issues must be the hardest to heal here. "That will be it." Lord Inquisitor let the healers leave and strode into the surgery room. Sylvester followed behind, but he stopped others from following as that would make things too cramped. Not to mention, he was already taking the risk of spreading germs by going in. He couldn't let others increase the chance of infection. For the first time, Sylvester saw a surgery room in this world. The room was lit with light crystals on the ceiling. Meanwhile, the room was fully painted in a gray color, and on the walls were various metal shelves with all kinds of bottles and ingredients resting. In the middle of the room was a single high bed on which Sir Dalorum's body rested, just covered with a thin white sheet. Sir Dalorum's body was resting face up, and the head was held in place with two cushioned metal frames on the side. The reason was that above Sir Dalorum's head was a metal container dripping drops of some medicine right into the mouth of Sir Dalorum. Then, slowly, drop by drop, it emptied itself. So they lack equipment such as syringes, hence they can't inject blood and fluids into the veins. Even Princess Isabella used crude means and her magic to transfer blood. Maybe I can help in that regard. But that was for later as he silently stood beside Sir Dalorum. Seeing him like this didn't feel right, and a little bit of self-blame was due. It was Sylvester who sent the man to Green City, after all. He tried to stay positive all this while, but seeing the odds of a perfect recovery dwindling was unsettling. "It'd be a shame to lose my #1 follower, Sir Dalorum. Don't you die on me before I sit on that throne." He held the man's hand in silence. "I sent him to Green City to investigate that Sir Kenworth. If I had known, I would have gone with him." Lord Inquisitor stayed standing there like a statue. It was hard to tell most of the time if the man was even alive, if not for the rageful sense he released all the time. Things are not all well in Gracia. Lord Inquisitor, the cancer is spreading within and it's corrupting everything. The Masan Empire was behind most of what transpired in the north, but who knows what else is occurring down south. Lord Inquisitor's eyes shone red behind the visor. Do not belittle yourself, God's favored. What happened to Sir Dalorum was an occupational hazard. Even I nearly lost myself in the warmth of Soli's months prior. Nothing is absolute in this world. Everywhere you see, there are schemes and mysteries furled. So it is our job to find the heathens and purr, for only then shall the faith emerge, above all. Sylvester sighed, and dragged a chair to sit beside the bed of Sir Dalorum, and indulged the tall, overzealous man. I know, my lord, but every man has a world of their own here. He tapped on his temple. When this is destroyed, a man is truly devoid of life, joy, smiles, warmth, and love. The faith is the sun shining bright in these little worlds, Lord Inquisitor. It's our duty to save them from becoming their own world's prisoner. Inquisitor High Lord understood that Sylvester was refuting his ideals of absolute justice in the most diplomatic way possible. Wisely spoken, and that is why you are called the Lord's Bard. Thus he's waking up. Sylvester jumped to his feet and sprinted out of the room to call the healers. In no time, the same team of healers rushed back in to look after Sir Dalorum. They noted down how much medicine had been poured into his mouth, as well as other things. But soon, Sir Dalorum started to kick his feet around and scream in rage. It was pain, but not of the body, it seemed. He's clutching his head. Quickly, make the potion. The healers rushed to make some sort of potion right there with a few ingredients on the wall shelves. They then proceeded to feed it to Sir Dalorum forcibly. Then, slowly, peace and calm took over. Sylvester stayed beside Sir Dalorum and spoke, hoping it would calm him. It's me, Sylvester. I'm fine, Sir Dalorum. We're in the Holy Land right now. Archpriest Sylvester. Sir Dalorum's eyes shot open as he tried to sit up. To do this, Sylvester helped. Yes, it's me. Lord Inquisitor is here too. As Sylvester. Suddenly, a loud, panic-filled call echoed from Sir Dalorum as he clenched Sylvester's shoulder. As Sylvester, why is everything dark? Where are we? Chapter 194, All is not well. I can't see. The words echoed in the room, and silence ensued. Everyone felt their hearts sink as the realization dawned that perhaps all was not well. Sylvester held the man tighter and kept calm. Sir Dalorum, can you tell me exactly what you're feeling right now? Pain behind my eyes. I feel as if something is missing. It's a looming pain and discomfort. Slowly, Sir Dalorum's breath started to hasten. It would have been more shocking if he didn't react as such. Vision is one of the most essential abilities a human possesses. To lose it is to lose half of you. It's all darkness. I can blink, but I can't see, Nerve damage, that does sound like it. I hope it's not that. Even in the modern world, there was no cure for it. Sylvester's heart sank further. Sylvester just hugged the man, for he knew no words could be enough to ease that pain. He knew not if Sir Dalorum could get his vision back, nor if he could be healed. He hoped he was proven wrong. I'm here, I'm with you, Sir Dalorum. He patted the ladder's back. He smelled the fear, the anxiety, the anger welling up in Sir Dalorum. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't know if there was magic in the world that could bring back eyes or heal nerves. At the same time, he smelled pure rage overflowing in Lord Inquisitor. It was clear by now that this case was not just about the noble women's murder anymore. This was not just about the insolence of the Gracia Kingdom anymore. Now it was bloody personal. Lord Inquisitor stepped close and rested his giant hand on Sir Dalorum's shoulder. Hurt a man and find nowhere to run. Hurt a bright mother and have your blood splattered. Hunt a man of inquisition and learn my wrath's definition. I shall investigate this godless crime myself, Sir Dalaran." Sylvester agreed with the Lord Inquisitor in the same tone. "An eye for an eye, and I believe not that it makes the world blind, rather it shall remind. There are crimes one must never commit, for time can never rewind." The Lord Inquisitor nodded in agreement. "No matter a king, peasant, or slave, the scourge shall face the purge." The healers felt their legs go numb as they heard the two speak, so they interrupted quickly. "There is no guarantee that this is permanent, Lord Bard and Lord Inquisitor. He might heal as his body recovers." Then another old healer spoke. "And if it is permanent, I'm sure the second guardian of light will be willing to help. He's this strong and wise even after being blind. There must be a special way to see through other means." Inquisitor High Lord appeared to go into deep thought, as he didn't move for a while. "The second guardian, Lord Bloodrain, is an honorable faithful indeed. I shall ask him if all roads appear closed. Until then, let's not lose faith, for whatever Solis wills, fate fulfills." Sylvester focused on Sir Dalaran. He wondered if this was the right time to ask him what had happened. There was no telling if the blindness would ever go away, so was there any point in waiting? "I don't know how he will live his life now, but can the Pope not heal him? I thought a supreme wizard should be able to perform such simple feats." There were so many questions in Sylvester's mind. "Sir Dalaran, was it King Gracia who was after you?" he finally asked. Quickly, Lord Inquisitor waved at the healers to shoo them out of the room. Sir Dalaran appeared confused. "I don't know. When I reached the Green City and was heading to the monastery, an arrow hit me out of nowhere. My guards were down since Green City, its inner parts no less, were considered safe. An old Inquisitor friend, Bishop Charles White, helped me, and Princess Isabella healed me. But later, when I woke up, I was attacked by the Gracia Royal Knights, led by their commander, Sir Winston Lennox. I was able to survive their attack and jumped out of the sick bay. I slowly made my escape inside a feces collector cart, but at the gates, I was stabbed by the spears of guards checking the pile. After that, I tried to distance myself, but the Royal Knights were already looking for me outside the gates. That was when I fought the first two opponents. One of them was able to hit my head, but eventually I won. I then covered myself in dirt and crawled away until I was found, and thankfully, Archpriest Sylvester found me too." Sylvester rubbed his chin, wondering why the Royal Knights would do such a thing. "Are there any fine details you think can help us narrow the suspicions?" Sir Dalaran had just woken up from a long, deadly slumber, so it was understandable that it took him time. "There is one thing. The Royal Knights didn't attack me until I uttered the name of Sir Kenworth." With that, everything was cleared in an instant. Sylvester made up his mind about where to start the investigation. It seems a cover-up is in motion. Sir Kenworth is likely dead too, and they wish to kill anyone who tries to dig too deep. It seems we need to first round up the Gracia Royal Knights. The Lord Inquisitor agreed. "If they are not dead already, they shall be arrested. For the time being, I shall also order 4 archwizards from Inquisitors to stand guard here. At the same time, I shall speak with the Holy Father about this matter. God's favored, you must also stay prepared. You shall join me in this investigation." "I stand ready, Lord Inquisitor," Sylvester responded. The big man didn't speak any further and silently left after patting Sir Dalaran's shoulder. With that, the rest also entered. Sylvester quickly gestured to them with his hands, suggesting that Sir Dalaran could not see any more. Initially, they were all confused, but soon their hearts fell. Felix sprinted and hugged Sir Dalaran. "You're awake, old man, thanks Solis." Gabriel joined in too. "We thought we lost you, Sir Dalaran." They actively tried not to talk about the blindness and acted happy to see the man just alive. But they all knew what was going on in their hearts and minds. Sir Dalaran was not accustomed to moving according to the sound, so when he tried to hold Felix and Gabriel's hands, he could not find them. Felix spoke to change the mood. "Don't worry, Sir Dalorum, we will get them this time. First, you must rest and heal completely." "I'm afraid I will now be useless in helping Archpriest Sylvester." Sir Dalorum spoke in self-loath. "Please help him. He sometimes takes risks he should not. Now the duty to keep him safe falls on you too." Sylvester silently shook his head, feeling terrible. So without making any noise, he walked out of the room to find Princess Isabella sitting alone, scared and confused. "Follow me," he ordered her without looking at her. Soon he arrived at the terrace of the sick bay and closed up to her. He looked at her face in slightly visible anger. "Thanks to your family's knights, Sir Dalorum is now blind." Thud. She fell back as her legs went weak from that revelation. "I am sorry." "Stand up," Sylvester ordered her, showing no pity or giving her his hand, for he knew there was a 50% chance that she would be killed following the investigation. "You showed me your magic. You were able to transplant the blood of one man to another, likely incompatible. Can't you do the same for his eyes?" Princess Isabella shook her head. I don't know, I never tried it." He caught her by her shoulders and shook her. "What if I get you the chance to try it?" She appeared frightened but replied still. "I have no idea, Lord Bard. I must try it first on someone, and there is no way of finding so many people to test on." "Speak not what's unnecessary, Princess. Just tell me, if I get you as many men as you require to try your magic on, can you do it?" He clenched her shoulders tighter. She cried this time, her eyes going watery. "You're hurting me, Lord Bard. Answer me." She nodded strongly. "Maybe. I won't know unless I try, but where will you find so many people for this?" Sylvester let her go and took a long, calming breath. "Leave that to me." He looked at the sky and thought about a few things before deciding to head home for the night and rest. Sir Dalorum will be taken care of by the Inquisitors now. Not to mention, he had an extremely important task too. Before leaving, he apologized to Princess Isabella, though. "Forgive me for doing this, Your Highness. I am not in a good mood today. Sir Dalorum is a person close to me." "I will try my best, Lord Bard. Everything will be fine," she chirped after gathering some courage. Sylvester shook his head at her naivety. "Really? Then go and say that to the man your family tried to kill." What? Sylvester bid his farewell and told Sir Dalorum that he would visit again in a few hours. This time, unlike before, even in the Holy Land and at home, he didn't feel relaxed. When he arrived, Xavier was already at home cooking dinner. His appearance was a surprise to her, but also a point of anxiety. "Max, what happened? You don't look well. Why are you out of breath?" She had known him since young and could somewhat understand when he was in a bad mood. She quickly got him some water and asked, "Is everything okay?" Sylvester didn't have the energy to tell her everything. Sir Dalorum was injured during the mission. He's now resting in the sick bay here. He's blind now, Mum. He's coming to terms with it, but it will take time. "What? How can he be healed?" Xavier stood up aghast. "Likely not." "Max, does he have any family near him?" she inquired. "He has no one, Mum. They died long ago due to a riot." Xavier folded her sleeves quickly. "Tea then. He must be feeling so awful right now. I should take food for him. Maybe that will help him a little." Sylvester nodded appreciatively. "You can try taking the food. He will appreciate it, I'm sure. But beware of the guards keeping him safe. Don't fight them." She thumped her chest and ran to the cooking area. "Dear, I'm a superintendent healer, don't worry. I must go and help Sir Dalorum quickly. He helped me so much when you were a baby. We can't leave him alone now, he's family." Sylvester watched as she hurried around and gathered her items. She cooked some porridge, cut some fruits and packed them before leaving in her full bright mother attire. "I will visit the sick bay after taking a small nap, Mum," he informed her as she left. Thud. Once he locked the door, he breathed out loud as if in extreme pain and fell to the floor, holding his right leg tight. His eyes watered up as he reached the limit of tolerance. Fuck. It's too unbearable today, Chonky. Come here and help me. Sylvester quickly dragged himself into his room and sat down on a chair. Then he strapped his legs to the chair's legs with a leather belt. All right, give me the tools whenever I point. No matter how much I scream or bleed, do not cower. It's scary, Makesy. Fate is unforgiving, Murrej. This is the price I pay for living. He put a big piece of cotton in his mouth and sealed it to stop himself from screaming loudly. Alorgi. Chapter 195. A Test of God. Sometimes, silence is a man's worst enemy, for it doesn't just remind him of emptiness around, but also gives you time to find emptiness within. Sir Dalaran lay in his bed alone, unsure of his surroundings. Was it bright? Was it dark? What was the color of the blanket he was covered with? What was the color of his clothes? He tried his best to keep himself collected, but whenever he tried to cheer himself up, he was reminded of the vows he took to Sylvester. The vow to forever follow him and support him, to give his life if he must, to become a bone of his holy throne if he must. Now it all seemed empty. I must not let the lack of sight hinder my duties. This is a test the Lord has embarked me upon, and I shall defeat it no matter the cost. He forced himself to sit up despite the pain and tried to touch things around his bed. Sometimes he'd hear something falling, and sometimes he'd find nothing, but soon he caught what felt like an apple. If Lord Bard could sing the praises of the Lord and move at the age of a month, then I have no reason to accept this fate. Puh. He tried to juggle a single apple from one hand into another, to build hand coordination and sense the minute details, such as the change of air with the throw of the apple. Baby steps lead to long-term effects. I must not accept this fate. I must never give up. The next morning, Sylvester woke up tired, still in the seat he tied himself to the last night. He looked left and right and found the walls, the floor, and the bed bloodied. I need to clean this before Mum enters to clean. He looked at his lap where Murrej was sleeping, having curled himself into a ball of fur. He caressed the good boy and woke him up. Thank you, Chonky. I feel much better in my leg now. Makesy, Murrej woke up and quickly hugged his neck. You fell asleep and didn't wake up no matter what I did. I thought you left me. Sylvester patted his back. Don't ever think of that, Chonky. I am not dying before living this life until I'm an old man with a long white beard. This recent happening is just one of the few hurdles, one of the many that shall come with time. I guess the religious folks would say this is a test from God. Let's just hope we find a permanent solution to my problem soon. Chonky licked Sylvester's face, cleaning him like a cat would their child. Why not ask Big Mum? She can heal people. Sylvester smiled wryly. As much as I cherish her, I know her limitations. She's a healer of wounds and ailments, and my problems are more magical in nature. Only the senior clergy healers can do something, and they are the ones I can never go to, for I am what they call tainted blood. If they decide to test my blood, I'm sure before the next sunrise, my body will be found dead in some pit of mud. But Sylvester freed himself from the leather straps and stood up. If I was just another tainted blood, perhaps it would not have been a problem. But here I am, a prince who never was. He quickly started to clean his room using water and air elemental magic. Within an hour, he had everything back in its original state. Then, he removed the cotton bandages on his right thigh and replaced them with fresh ones. Knock knock. Max, breakfast is ready. Coming. Sylvester looked left and right to ensure nothing suspicious was left in the room. Thankfully, he used Murrej to keep most of the personal items hidden. As a result, his room only consisted of his bed and table, nothing else. I should take a bath first. He decided and took off his upper robes. As for the pants, he didn't remove them or Xavier would notice the bandages. Not to mention, that was a bit shameful. Bam! Where do you think you're sliding off to, boy? He also caught Murrej in his arms. Naiwo, leave me. I lick myself clean every day. But Sylvester didn't listen to him one bit. SHH, no noise now. Mum, I'm taking a bath first. He informed and proceeded towards the indoor bath that only the rich and important like him could afford. Xavier quickly came out of the cooking area and handed him a metal bottle. Take this. My senior gave me this. He said it keeps the hair silky. It does. Sylvester took it, no questions asked. After all, looking graceful was a part of his whole persona as a bard. He then walked to the living room, beyond which was the bathroom. What's in the break? There was a sudden silence as soon as Sylvester reached the living room. There, he noticed a certain woman sitting alone, blonde hair, gray eyes, and a pretty face, now blushing profusely and trying to look away from his bare, muscled upper body. What are you doing here? Sylvester questioned her, not even bothering to hide as he didn't care. Lord Bard, I. Ugh, women. He sighed internally as he instantly smelled the lust and anxiety combined. Just then Xavier appeared. Oh, you've met. The Inquisitor High Lord told me to bring her with me when I visited Sir Dalorum. She was just sitting outside, alone, crying. She's the Princess of Gracia Kingdom, can you believe it? Sylvester didn't share the enthusiasm and only looked at her with a suspicious gaze. Why did that big man do such a thing? Does he want me to interrogate her, or perhaps this is more of a boon than a bane? The closer she's to me, the faster I can educate her. Sylvester, taking the benefit of her attraction towards him, sat on the cushioned wooden sofa beside hers. I have no problem with her living with us, Mum. I'm sure you always wanted a daughter. Go ahead, teach her how to cook and other things. Oh, I showed her the bra. All bright mothers talk about you constantly whenever I meet them. You really made things better for their personal lives. I could have lived without knowing that, but I'm happy. Sylvester thought and glanced at Princess Isabella. Your Highness, how about I show you the Holy Land? This is your first time outside Green City, right? Brilliant, Xavier exclaimed. Go with Max, dear. I will, Mother Xavier, she meekly nodded. Sylvester got up. Let's do that then. But first I need to visit Sir Dalorum and Saint Wazir. After that I will be free. Understood. She gave a monotonous, nervous reply and saw him leaving. Isn't my son so handsome? What do you think? Princess Isabella just glanced at Xavier in confusion and embarrassment. She was shocked that Xavier was not being nervous around her or addressing her as most people do, flustered. Sadly for her, it was Xavier's daily life to meet and heal nobilities of all ranks, even the kings a few times during the season of Solis. So, as per the protocol as Bright Mother, she was allowed to ignore all nobility ranks, as there is no one worth more than a mother. An hour later, Sylvester finished writing his detailed report about all the incidents and headed out. He didn't take Princess Isabella, along as she would not be allowed inside the administration office. First, he arrived at the sick bay to meet Sir Dalorum. Makesy, I will give Baldy a shoulder massage, Murrej proclaimed while showing his mighty paws while sitting on his shoulder. That will spook him more than calm him down, Chonky, so don't do that and stay silent. Murrej sadly lowered his head. Okay. The sick bay was half an hour away by horse. He soon reached it on Frost, his horse that had seen life and death. Frost was one loyal horse, and he'd been around Sylvester no matter what, be it the disaster of Sphinx Town or this time. Greetings, respected Inquisitors. As he entered, Sylvester saw the 4 archwizards from Inquisitors standing guard in front of Sir Dalorum's room. Bam! Bam! What are you doing? Inside, he first noticed Sir Dalorum lying in bed, throwing an apple above him with each hand and then catching them effectively as they fell. Archpriest. We're alone. You can call me Max. Sylvester went ahead and took a seat at the side of Sir Dalaran. How are you feeling? I cannot imagine the blindness, but I know you must feel depressed. Indeed, Sir Dalaran replied while catching and throwing the apples. But life is never a straight line, Sylvester. It's always a mix of ups and downs, sometimes a straight freefall. But it's on us to not fall into the abyss of everlasting self-loathing depression. Holy goodness, what's this shocking change of mindset? He appears even more positive and motivated than before. Sylvester was left in confusion as he also smelled the confidence. A gentle breeze with the smell of sunflowers in his mouth. It was hope. I know you can overcome this, Sir Dalaran. At the same time, I will try to find a cure for your eyes. The world is too big to not have some magical genius who can heal you. As for right now, perhaps you can try to somehow learn echolocation like the bats. Pet. Sir Dalaran stopped juggling and faced Sylvester, albeit not seeing anything. What is echolocation? It's the ability of some animals to emit a sound wave that bounces off an object, returning an echo that provides information about the object's distance and size. Bats and some animals use this to travel around. Sylvester clarified in easy words. He reckoned this was not a commonly known thing. This could it be? Sir Dalaran sat up with a jolt. Could this be the secret behind the Second Guardians? Could this be how he can fight so well despite being blind? Knock, knock. Suddenly the door opened, and one of the 4 Inquisitor guards came in. Lord Bard, you have been summoned to the Pope's palace. Go, Sir Dalaran blurted. I will try to feel this echolocation in the meantime. I will be back in a few hours. Take care, Sir Dalaran. Sylvester left quickly. Pope wants to see me. Did the Lord Inquisitor get the words across? Perhaps I should ask him to heal Sir Dalaran. Chapter 196, Chamber of Schemes. Sylvester was initially going to make his way to the administration office to hand over his report about the recent mission. But since he was now going to the Pope, he decided to hand it over to the man instead. Soon he arrived at the top office in the world, at least on the west side of it. He proceeded to the Pope's office, as he reckoned he was called there. But the assistants told him that he had been called to the Sanctum Council room instead. Now that was different for him. He had only heard about this place where the top decision-makers of the church gather and decide what direction to lead the church. I wonder what they are talking about inside, probably how to rule the world. What do you think, Chonky? They are very sneaky. Maybe they also hide bananas. Chonky muttered and yawned on his shoulder. How are you, Lord Bard? Sylvester eventually arrived and saw Lady Aurora there, sitting in the waiting area outside the Sanctum Council room. Felix and Bishop Lazark were there as well. I see you're all here. What about Zeke? He looked at Felix. Felix showed a thumbs up. He's good. He's a really nice guy and helped me clean my home. It's not too big, just 2 rooms, one for him and one for me, with a common hall. But he needs time to get used to the new name. I had to call him Dunkface once since calling Zeke was not working. Sylvester sighed as he took a seat beside Bishop Lazark. It will take time. Makesy, all of a sudden Murridge whispered near Sylvester's ears. I go in and spy for you. I will help you today. I will not be useless and make you happy. Wait. Sylvester stood up quickly, but Murridge had run away by then, following another clergyman who went into the Sanctum Council chamber. What happened, Max? Felix asked. That fool, that fucking fool, he cursed silently. Nothing. Anyway, did you hear any news, Lady Aurora? Did the Lord Inquisitor send someone to arrest the Gracia Royal Knights? Sylvester quickly changed the topic while stealing glances towards the entrance of the Sanctum Council chambers. I don't know. They will likely decide what to do next today, but I'm sure the order to arrest has been sent already. After all, they are as much at risk of dying as their victims. Whoever the top schemer is, he won't like leaving those men walking, she replied. How Sir Dalorum, Bishop Lazark interjected. Surprisingly amazing. He does not appear to be in a miserable state. He's trying his best to overcome this hurdle instead. I'm in awe of his will to never give up. Sylvester remembered the enthusiastic Sir Dalorum he just saw. Indeed, Lady Aurora bobbed her head. That's why, despite being low-ranked and not as strong, he's valued by the Lord Inquisitor. He's been close to the top commanders of the Inquisition longer than I've been a guardian. Max. Just then, Felix stood up from his place and forced himself beside Sylvester before wrapping one arm around the shoulder. My brother, where is Princess Isabella? Be honest, tell me what happened. I heard you took her to the terrace, and after that I didn't see her. Sylvester looked at his friend's face with disgust. Bring your mind out of the gutter, Felix. I am not a horn dog like you, for I live and breathe only for the Lord, for I am his bard. As for Princess, she's safe and sound. My mum is taking care of her as per Lord Inquisitor's orders. Felix still grinned creepily and elbowed Sylvester. Come on, you can't deny she's extremely alluring. She's the prettiest woman I've ever seen, and she's around our age. Be clear, Max. If you don't go after her, then I might. Sylvester closed his eyes and sang a few lines to shame his horny young friend. Lord of the Light, use all your might. On this horn dog let your wrath strike. Or give your bard the authority to make him straight. For I believe the only way out is to castrate. Amen. Amen. Bishop Lazark and Lady Aurora muttered simultaneously, making Sylvester chuckle a bit. Felix, you are a mere second son of a count. Yes, you will be a strong man later and high-ranking clergy, but that's still not enough for King Gracia to allow his family's flower to be taken by a little man like you. Felix scoffed and folded his arms. I am handsome, tall, and mighty. My family is one of the richest in Gracia, so why not? Sylvester sighed, seeing a lack of understanding in Felix about politics. My friend, in the end, it does not matter how handsome you are, nor how beautiful the princess is. The fact is she's the second daughter and at the mercy of her brother. In the end, she will be wedded to some fat middle-aged man for political reasons, because he fulfills the king's most desirable needs of that time, something that he requires. It could be money, arms, or power. Spoken like a real politician, Lady Aurora approved. Priest Felix, this is how the world works. This is how it has worked for centuries. Thud. Felix tiredly sat back. Man, it'd be a shame if she was really wedded off to some fat fuck. Forgive me, Lord, for my language. But honestly, she may be pretty, but she seemed dumb too. Sheltered is the right word, Sylvester corrected. This is the first time she has left Green City. She knows nothing about the madness beyond the walls of her castle. It's surprising she even had the guts to reach out. I wish her good luck then, though I will try my best too, he. Felix was never going to give up. After all, it was his goal from the start to leave the clergy once he found a woman worthy of himself. Dreams don't require tax, my friend, so dream on. Sylvester patted his shoulder and silently sat back, staring at the door, worrying about his little friend. That fool, why did he do this? Because of Sir Dalorum's pitiful condition. Inside the Sanctum Council chamber. As a little invisible furball took a seat near the exit, the session was in motion, and a sense of unease was in order. Everyone had serious faces as they read the various documents and discussed the happenings around the world. So it was the Masan Empire behind the trouble in the north. How did you miss this, Saint Cyr? You're my spy master. I didn't expect this incompetence from you. As always, Cardinal Roman Vas Zenem kept a straight face while replying to the Pope. Your Eminence, I am shocked by my own incompetence too. I have ears and eyes everywhere, and yet I could not find him. Apparently, this Sir Walder, the chief planner of the scheme, had installed himself in his role so well that it was all organic. Even my distant eyes and ears were blinded. The Pope didn't show much anger, as this was a normal occurrence. Politics was a never-ending game of gambling, after all. Masan is becoming restless. We have Archpriest Sylvester to thank for finding out about the schemes so quickly. We must send better and more senior investigators to other duchies and investigate if they have been compromised as well. Saint Wazir agreed and put forth another matter. Besides this, the Gracia family has been having some trouble. They seem to be involved in the ongoing murders of noble women across the kingdom, to the point that they tried to kill Sir Dalorum, an inquisitor close to Lord Inquisitor and the Bard. The Inquisitor High Lord spoke at that instant. Hence, I wish to eradicate this menace myself. We must remove the rot before it renders all our work for naught. Granted, see that this mess does not spill out, the Pope approved. What if the rot starts from the top? Lord Inquisitor asked further. At that stage, everyone fell silent and stared at the Pope's face. When the tree rots, we remove it from the roots, lest it leaves the land tarnished. If it arises to that, inform me before taking any major steps. Understood. Lord Inquisitor silenced after that. The Pope then stood up and walked over to the wall at the back. He simply tapped on it and a metal safe appeared. Let's proceed to the more important part now, as per the first pop. One more thing, Your Eminence. Saint Cyr straightened his back as he interrupted the Pope. There is one more thing you should know regarding Lord Bard. As the Lord Inquisitor became alert, the Pope returned to his seat with interest. Speak, Saint. With a smile on his hairless face, Saint Cyr seemed elated. Our long hard work has come to fruition. Article 66, which we made Lord Bard enforce on the family of Count Ranthberg, has shown its effects. It has now come to my knowledge that the Shadow Knight hunts Lord Bard with its full might. Although Lord Bard was able to survive on his own with his mighty blessings, he can never again sleep or live a normal life outside the Holy Land. Good work, Saint Cyr. The Pope appeared content. It is essential for the future of faith that talented individuals remain dependent on the Church and one day support the faith on their back. The closer the Bard is to us, the better we can educate him. I have high hopes that he may become the Pope. But at the same time, we can't put all our bets on one, for being the Pope is easier said than done. Still, he may become a better replacement for Saint Scepter, or one of you instead. For this, having him constantly rely on us is a good decision. At the same time, it shall train him for when the time seems too grim. Your Eminence, Lord Inquisitor interrupted while his eyes under the visor shined red. Isn't this against the spirit of the faith? Why must we resort to such crude means? Why not train him with planned regimes? Scoffing, Saint Cyr spoke in a ridiculing tone. Lord Inquisitor, I understand your occupation does not allow you to think sideways, for we know the bull only sees what's at the front. So leave this to us. Saint Cyr, have you ever gotten stabbed in your chest while attempting to save a child from a slaver? The Inquisitor High Lord asked calmly. No, why woo? The Inquisitor High Lord interrupted. Sir Lorenzo Hike, a little ordinary inquisitor, he died this morning while doing just this. So speak not of bravery and wits to me, spymaster, for if you fought in a true battle, even a new squire would last longer. Bam! Apologize, the Pope boomed, glaring at Saint Cyr. Ask the Inquisitor High Lord for forgiveness, Saint Cyr. You do not sit in this high seat to dishonor another saint. What he asked me was a genuine question and did not require your valuable feedback, not after you cost me 8,000 men in the recent battle up north. Apologize. Saint Cyr bowed his head towards the Inquisitor High Lord instantly. Forgive my disgraceful conduct, my lord. Remember, this chamber is not for you to squab. Bam! The Pope suddenly stood up, eyes turning red as if anger erupted. He looked left and right at the ceiling. Your Eminence. Silence, the Pope roared. Freeze your breaths. We have a rat, a little one listening to us. I can feel an extra body breathing here." The Pope walked towards the door and his left hand rose, creating a dozen layered rune circles. "Come out and live. Stay hidden and perish." But only silence resumed. "Fine, you leave me no choice." Boom. Chapter 197, Hidden Meanings. Boom. Before the Pope could release his magic, the door of the Sanctum Council opened and Pope's assistant entered, a big smile on his face. "Massive news, Your Eminence." The Pope's face looked to the side, and in an instant his anger peaked. But the assistant Gunther kept speaking. "I bring word from Bisteria, Grand Cardinal Bison's words. Ophia and Greenpeaks are now at an all-out war. The elves and dragons are out for one another's blood." The news instantly changed the Pope's expression. "What, did we cause it?" "No, Your Eminence. It naturally occurred. The letter reveals that verbal disputes inside the administration of the Deca Imperia Federation spread outside into their respective kingdoms. The elves and dragons wish to gain more authority in the neutral federation." "That's great news." Saint Wazir stood up, delighted. "If this is the case, their industrial output shall reduce greatly. The Federation area was the only place that developed their war supplies since all species come together and live as one there." Saint Cyr saw an opportunity, however. With the elves and dragons gone, the Federation shall lose its two strongest pillars. Perhaps it is time to completely destabilize the ants while the giants are busy fighting one another. Saint Scepter, however, walked over to the Pope and looked towards the exit after sending the assistant away. "Your Eminence, do you wish to put the palace in lockdown if you suspect a spy?" "No," the Pope muttered. "It's gone. Whatever we speak inside is encrypted with distortion runes. No living thing other than a few of us can understand each other. Since it was breathing, it heard nothing, but it entered here. That's a concern in itself." "I shall look into the protection and secrecy mechanisms," Saint Scepter assured. With that, the Pope returned to his seat. "Yes, as Saint Cyr said, this can be an excellent opportunity for us to weaken the enemies further. We shall not be the first to strike them directly, but we must ensure they don't strike us any time soon. The weaker they are, the more they will hesitate. In fact, I have a better plan. First, we sow the seeds of hatred so much that they refuse to unite against us. This way, when we start, we can defeat their kingdoms one by one instead of fighting the whole of Bisteria together." "Agreed, Your Eminence. The Inquisitors are ready to start whenever you wish for us to," Inquisitor High Lord uttered. "Thank you, but we have more pressing matters too. First, we must ensure our home is safe before focusing on the outside. The Grand Duchy of Patch has ruined the entirety of Sorrow Kingdom, and now we face an unprecedented refugee crisis. Tell him to stop and start working to rehabilitate people." "It shall be done." Saint Wazir bowed as this was his duty. The Pope continued. "At the same time, start supplying more aid to the Warsong Kingdom. Keep the Masan Empire on its toes so they can't focus more resources towards the east." After that, they finalized a few more documents and signed some others. The meeting went on for another hour. Outside, Sylvester saw Murrej running up to him and jumping into his arms. The furball was shivering in fear, and his face appeared more shocked than ever. Sylvester caressed him and asked in whispers, "What happened?" Murrej was still in shock as he nearly died today after being censed, but amongst his shivers he uttered a few words. "Makesy, everyone is bad, run." "What exactly happened there?" Sylvester questioned him, but he couldn't get any more answers as the cat just dug his face into his chest and curled himself in his arms. "What the hell happened there?" Sylvester wondered in confusion. Knock. The door of the Sanctum Council opened, and Saint Cyr, Saint Wazir, Saint Scepter, Saint Keymaster, Saint Medico and Inquisitor High Lord were seen leaving. Sylvester and the rest stood up and bowed their heads in respect with arms crossed. In return, they also got saluted back. It was frowned upon if a senior clergyman did not respond to the salutes of a junior, for it was seen as the senior was too high-headed. "You all please enter. His Eminence wishes to see you," the Pope's assistant called them. Imwaya. Murad started to throw tantrums and tried pulling Sylvester back towards the seat. However, he could not be too loud, as that would mean being busted. Sylvester knew Murad had seen or heard something inside that troubled him greatly, but he could not deny going in there now. Not unless Murad told him everything, for which it had been too late. So Sylvester opened his bag, took out the file about the assignment report and put Murad into it. "SHH, don't make any noise and just sleep. I will be back, and then you tell me everything you saw, okay?" "Maxie." Sylvester closed the bag by buttoning it up and placing it under his seat. "Max, don't be lazy. Come quick," Felix called him as he was the last to enter. Sylvester soon entered and finally saw the big room. It was all nearly white, made of marble. There was no wooden furniture. In fact, the only furniture in the room was the long stone table and 8 stone chairs around it. Besides that, the walls were also made of bright marble stone, with no window or a vent. "I wonder what runes and magical mechanisms have been placed on this place. It certainly doesn't look like an average room." Sylvester wondered and stood at the extreme left, beside Felix, and saluted as well. The door closed behind them and isolated them. They could feel that nothing they do inside this room, scream or riot, no voice will escape outside. "At ease, my blessed soldiers." The Pope smiled cheerfully at them and walked over to pat their shoulders one by one. "I am so proud of you for that words are not enough to describe it. Although the assignment's result was not as satisfying, you uncovered something that will help us save the entire North. I commend you for your investigative work." It was mostly Archpriest Sylvester, Your Eminence. His intuition and comprehension skills can best even the most seasoned spies, Lady Aurora clarified. Even Bishop Lazark spoke, albeit in a low voice since he had never spoken to the Pope before. "I deserve no praise, Your Eminence. I was merely the leader of a crusader group that was to kill a bloodling in the Duchy of Iseling. It was Archpriest Sylvester who came to give us a hand. Without him, I'm afraid we would have lost." Seeing all of them praising Sylvester, the Pope faced Felix at last. "You wish to say something, lad?" Now Felix was someone who had too much confidence for his own good. He was someone who would rather argue with God than cower in fear. So he showed a thumbs up to the Pope. "My brother is the best, Your Eminence. His songs are so divine, and I envy his brain sometimes." "Biwahaha," the Pope laughed and patted Felix's shoulder. "Thank you for your service, Archpriest Felix. I'm sure Archpriest Sylvester considers you invaluable." "Wait, Archpriest," Felix exclaimed. "I didn't file for the promotion yet, Your Eminence." The Pope walked over to his table and took out an Archpriest's mitre to hand Felix. "Consider your request for promotion signed and approved by the highest authority then. Congratulations." Felix quickly took the mitre, saluted the Pope, and smugly looked at Sylvester. "It seems we stand on the same footing now." Sylvester knew his friend was messing around to ease the mood. "Congratulations, Felix. You finally got the position handed down to you." "What do you mean handed? I earned this." The Pope chuckled, seeing them. "I was like you two once, along with Saint Scepter. He spoke less usually, but he was a funny friend nonetheless. But jokes apart, I wish you four the very best in the coming days. As you rise in the ranks, your work will increase and become grander. So train hard and keep the Lord's name in mind, for he is the true master behind all that is." "What do you want from us? Say it," Sylvester thought in mind. "That will be all. You can head out and rest. I'm sure the past few days have made you tired," the Pope ordered. "Except you, Archpriest Sylvester." "Of course." Sylvester saw as the rest left and the door again shut closed. Now there was silence as he stared at the Pope's face. He didn't say anything and allowed the big man to start. Sit. The Pope returned to his seat at the far side of the table. Sylvester sat on Pope's right in the nearest seat. Your Eminence, this is the detailed report of all that transpired. The Pope took the file and turned the pages. I heard many things from various archbishops and Cardinal Suprema about what occurred. You did well, favored one. But it's not enough. The original task of finding the murderer of the Countess remains unsolved. I have asked the Inquisitor High Lord to take me along to solve it, for I do not wish to leave a job incomplete. Sylvester clarified and stated his wish. The Pope kept reading the report and frowned at one point. Did the Shadow Knight attack you? You were able to fend it off. Thankfully, yes. You make me proud, blessed Bard. But sadly, this Shadow Knight entity does not understand the real difference between good and bad. It sees all from one lens with no care for reasons and motives. It's disheartening that you are its target. But I, too, was its target once. Why is he lying? What's happening? Sylvester smelled the faint smell of lies. That is why you need tools to fight it. For this, I have decided to appoint you on a special temporary designation. Once again, words filled with lies and truths. Sylvester's guards were up, and alarms rang in the head non-stop. I shall fulfill all duties given, Your Eminence. He kept the act going. The Pope looked him in the eye. I am appointing you as Grand Crusader. Chapter 198, Entertaining a Princess. I am appointing you as the Grand Crusader. Your duties shall be similar to what you were supposed to do as a sanctum inspector, but at the same time, you shall have the authority to hold the trials of the Crusaders who do any wrong. For this, you shall be given an army of 1,000 that shall follow you everywhere. Not only will it help you fight in your various assignments, but it will also help you in any battle you must go through. A double-edged sword, huh? Who knows who will be the spy for the council in the group of 1,000? But why is he giving me this much power? To judge over crusaders would mean I can judge over nobles who join the crusade too. Sylvester's thoughts were filled with confusion about this sudden appointment. He bowed his head and accepted the appointment. I shall not disappoint you, Your Eminence. I know you won't, son. Now go and prepare your team. Speak with Saint Wazir, he will assign you a unit. Sylvester saluted and proceeded to leave. But as he opened the door, he heard one last thing from the big man that sent the alarms bursting in his head. One more thing, you are not alone, son. That Shadow Knight will never defeat you. That's my confidence in you speaking as well as my support to you. I need to get Muraj home quickly. Thank you, Holy Father. He bowed and left quickly. He grabbed his bag from underneath the chairs and stormed out of the palace. He didn't go to the administration office. Instead, he headed home after evading Felix and the rest. On his way, Muraj came out of the bag and sat down on his shoulder. Don't speak yet. He stopped Muraj before he could even open his mouth. He quickly arrived back home and only found Princess Isabella sitting in the living room alone, doing nothing other than looking out of the window. Just a minute, I will be back. Sylvester barged in and locked himself in his room. Princess Isabella, who had stood up with a big excited smile on her face, again fell back in the seat in defeat. She was thoroughly bored out of her mind. Meanwhile, inside, Sylvester put Muraj on his table. Chonky, what did you hear there and why were you scared? That beardy man, the Pope, he sensed me, Makesy. He sensed I was breathing air in the room and was about to kill me. But I escaped in time, Muraj exclaimed, speaking everything without taking a breath. Did he touch you? No, he was going to burn me, I think. Makesy, they are bad people. I heard they planned to get you hunted by that bad man in the forest. They made you kill that Count family using Order 69. You mean Article 66, Sylvester corrected him. Muraj nodded intensely. Yes, they are bad, Makesy. They spoke about wanting to keep you close and depended on the church. That bald, hairless man is very mean. He planned everything and even made fun of the big red man. Sylvester took a long breath and sat down on the chair. Did the Pope approve it? Yes, yes. He was happy that the plan did well. Sylvester fell silent and closed his eyes to imagine every option he could and choose the best as his next step. It was clear why he felt so negative when meeting the Pope today. The man didn't have good intentions at all from the beginning. "Makesy, are you angry?" Muraj asked. Sylvester picked him up and put him on his lap. "No, Chonky, I was confused the whole time why the Shadow Knight was after me. Now it makes sense, it was a setup. But honestly, I can't blame the Pope. If I were him, I'd have done the same. Me being a possible top dog in the future is too much to lose for them. They wish to retain me at all costs while simultaneously closing down all other pathways for me. So, in the end, the way of faith will be the only one left." Muraj was worried for Sylvester. "What will you do now?" "The Pope granted me an army of 1,000 soldiers not because he wished for me to do a better job, but so they could be used as a meat shield against the Shadow Knight. This whole Grand Crusader designation is hollow. It only exists as an excuse. So, we have to do nothing different from what we were already doing. Finding out the culprit who harmed Sir Dalaran and killed the noble women is still our top priority. We must slowly build connections with the high society. Our goal remains unchanged no matter what hardships we face, no matter who is against us." Seeing Sylvester so focused, Muraj felt pumped. "Makesy, I want to get stronger too." Sylvester squashed Muraj's face. "You want to get strong? Well, you're already a strong, chunky boy. Your big bottomless mouth is your weapon. If you ever dislike someone, just eat them. But do stay away from the Pope and all of the Guardians." "Yes." "Now, let's entertain that bored princess. It shouldn't be hard to make her my staunch supporter. But first, let's understand her dreams and wishes," Sylvester said as he got up. The news of the Pope plotting to keep him chained was slightly disappointing, but he had never assumed that the Pope was a nice man. No people holding as much power as him are kind. It's a universal fact. Not to mention, anyone with so much power has to have their hands dipped in dirty politics, so this was just a taste of it. "I should worry about these later. First, I need to find a cure for myself." He used liquid scents on his robes to not smell sweaty and moved out. The princess was still sitting alone, apparently wearing a commoner's clothes. These belonged to Xavia, and they were just simple gray gowns with laces around the waist to tighten it accordingly. Sure enough, Princess Isabella looked alluring in that too, since she was naturally attractive. Her hair, peerless skin, and eyes were attractions that most men would notice. In Sylvester's eyes, she was beautiful too. One of the most beautiful, in fact. But he had the self-control not to become another Felix. He knew what his goal was, and he would never sidetrack it. "Shall we head out, Your Highness?" Sylvester asked her. She stood up like she was being interviewed, stiff as a stick. "Yes, Lord Bard." What a sight! The kingdom's princess is nervous around the lowly me. He chuckled to himself and walked out. "Call me Sylvester from now on. That's what my close friends call me. Also, it gets annoying to be called Lord Bard or such every time." He tried to reduce the boundaries between them first and kindle a comfortable friendship. Then you must only call me Isabella or Bella. I don't like being called Your Highness or Princess. I make my handmaidens call me Isabella too." She spoke in her charming voice, much suitable for singing. "Maybe I can win her over by teaching her to play the violin." "All right then, Isabella. Let's show you the great Holy Land then." They soon arrived outside the building. But before they could leave, a bunch of bright mothers appeared and started giving him hugs. Most of them were old ladies, some young too, but all considered him a son or brother. "Who is this fine young lady? Max, are you being naughty?" one of the bright mothers asked. Sylvester nearly chuckled as he remembered her face. "Well, not as naughty as you get on some nights. This is Princess Isabella Gracia. I'm tasked with showing her the Holy Land, Bright Mothers. And brainwash her. The Bright Mothers turned respectful in an instant. Then have fun, both of you. Before more Bright Mothers could come, he took her to his horse. Do you know how to ride a horse? Isabella shook her head. My brothers never let me try it. They said I will never need to ride a horse in life as I am a princess. Can I be frank with you, Isabella? He finally called her by her name. She blushed slightly since her interaction with boys of her age was none. Heck, she spoke to a male maybe once a month by mistake while in the palace. Even then, that would be her old royal guard. Please, Sylvester, speak your mind. Sylvester got onto his horse as he spoke. You likely know about the case your family is involved in. Someone in your family is behind the murder of noble women and has a sick fetish for cutting their chests. Countess of Jartle and Raftel were victims. This tells you how important it is for noble ladies to know the skill of fighting to defend themselves, because there won't always be your guards around you, less so when the attacker is someone you're close to. So, I say, your family is foolish for keeping you sheltered for so long. With your beauty, there is also an increased risk, won't you agree? Sylvester extended his hand towards her after mounting the horse. Isabella was confused as she answered. I agree with you, Sylvester. I've tried to fight them, so they let me learn these skills, but all was for naught. They'd rather have me learn how to be a good lady for whoever I'm wedded off to. Smart enough to know she's just a sellable asset. Good girl, Sylvester mentally complimented her and started to create her character profile in mind. Hold my hand, princess. We must share a horse for the day. Sylvester extended his arm. Of course, he could grab a carriage from somewhere, but that was against his objective. Isabella blushed, but tried to keep a strong face in front of Sylvester. Sylvester pulled her up and made her sit in front of him sideways. So her legs were falling to the right while he held the horse's rein by putting his arm around her back and belly. The close touch instantly made the princess feel strange things, not to mention he smelled nice. But Sylvester kept a plain, professional face and treated her respectfully, not touching her where he didn't have to. Let me show you the School of Dawn where I studied, he suggested while keeping the scents in check. He felt she was nervous and anxious, but there was also a sharp nose tingling sweet aroma of boiling caramel. She was excited. That was obvious. Being up so close, Isabella could see him from this close for the first time as Sylvester started slowly moving the horse. His golden eyes were so rare that he was the first person she met to have them. His hair blended with his face and eyes, and she felt as if in the presence of royalty instead. His arms, warm and muscular, around her back and front, made her feel safe. But simultaneously, as she looked ahead, she felt something else. I wish I were not just a chained, pretty face to be bartered. I wish I were him, go wherever I want on a whim. Sylvester picked her emotions instantly. Sour and salty, why is she jealous of me? Chapter 199, Visions. This is the building where all the talents in the Holy Land learn magic and knightly arts. School of Dawn is the name, for this is where our minds overcome the darkness and learn to appreciate and bask in the warmth of the Lord. Sylvester showed Isabella around. However, he was not allowed to take her inside the various buildings, but the buildings themselves were so well built that they were a piece of art. Princess Isabella had grown calmer as she held Sylvester's waist and looked at the structures around in awe. This is so pretty. Although the Green City's royal castle is itself a complex of castles with much space and places in between, the Holy Land defeats it. So much delicate work on each building. Sylvester agreed to this and pointed above. Oh, you see that window on that floor? I was thrown down from there on my first year by a corrupt mentor. Wait, what? You were thrown? Ha, indeed. He was angry after I confronted him because he was unfairly trying to fail me while taking the side of King Reveria's son. In the end, the mentor was revealed to be a spy working under King Reveria's family. He was given death punishment for sullying the land of God. She looked interestedly at the 8th floor of the building. How did you survive the fall? Wind magic is one of my strong elements, but I still fell hard and knocked myself out for a while. Anyway, those were the good old days, I must say. Life is much more complex and full of hardships now. Sylvester trotted the horse forward. Isabella looked at Sylvester's face for a second. I'd say the same. I was so happy and free when young. As I grew up, I realized how sheltered I was. By the way, didn't King Reveria's son run away from the Holy Land? It was the talk among all nobles back then. It happened just a year ago, though. He did run away. But wherever he is, I hope he rests in peace and warmth under the light of Solis. She hummed and made a happy face. I was to be wedded to him to ease the relations between Gracia and Reveria after Mother waged war on them and was forced to stop. My elder brother felt combining the two families would have been the best. From your expression, I presume you didn't want that, Sylvester questioned. There was silence and a small sigh from the princess before she replied. I heard words about him, that he's mean, bratty, and cruel. I never met him, but since everyone said the same, I reckon they were right. Was he like that, Sylvester? Sylvester didn't exaggerate much. I don't know. I only knew him briefly. He did indeed use his family name to pass exams. He did bribe other gods' favored candidates so they'd leave the class. He mortally wounded other kids so they'd be disqualified from the class. But I'd say he was pursuing his goals only. As mean as he was, he knew what he wanted. She hummed, I'm glad he ran away. Now I get to stay single for a little longer. Sylvester chuckled as he arrived in front of the Pope's palace. You probably know what this place is, but with you, I cannot even start to climb its stairs. She gawked at the giant palace made of white marble and an abundance of gold platings here and there. Under the sunlight, the palace appeared to shine like a torch. It is so beautiful. How is it from the inside? Even more beautiful. Just imagine all the popes have lived here and contributed to its beauty. Sylvester roamed the horse around the castle so she could see it from the sides. Bam! There you are. Suddenly, a small pebble hit Sylvester on the back of his head. He quickly turned the horse around and saw Felix and Gabriel on their horses. But only their jaws fell as they noticed Princess Isabella sitting in front of him, so close. Of course, envy was any man's normal reaction at that point, especially the horn dog. Felix came beside Sylvester and glared at him with narrowed eyes. What are you two doing here? I am showing Isabella the Holy Land. She has never been out of her royal castle. Isabella, calling her highness by her first name, Felix exclaimed as if the heavens were falling. How can you be so disrespect? I let him, Isabella clarified. You can call me Isabella as well, as long as I can call you by your first name. Good girl, making friends already and coming out of the cocoon. Sylvester appreciated her confidence. Felix quickly agreed. Of course, Isabella, you can call me Felix as much as you want, and that praying guy behind is Gabriel. Why is he praying? She asked. He probably felt aroused by your beauty, but he's too religious and is praying to ask for the Lord's forgiveness. Felix was straightforward as always, which was why Sylvester knew the man would stay a virgin for a long time. Isabella blushed and looked at Felix and Sylvester amusedly. Then, why are you not praying as well, Felix? And what about you, Sylvester? Felix answered for both. Oh, Max, don't expect anything from him. Even a naked beauty from the heavens won't make him feel anything. He's basically a stone. He's dead inside. Isabella nodded vigorously, agreeing with him as Sylvester's reaction was unlike any other male she had met. It's not hard for a woman to know when the other person is looking at her differently, so she could tell. What about you then? Felix proudly pressed his palm on his chest. Oh me. Well, one reason is that I do not shy away from appreciating beauty when I see it. You see, before I was a clergyman, I was the second son of Count Sandal. She knew that much. What's the second reason? HMPH, Felix puffed out. I'm shameless. Isabella laughed uncontrollably, so hard that she caught Sylvester tight to balance herself from falling from the horse, making Felix more jealous. Ha ha ha. Sylvester blankly looked at his friend. I changed my mind. He might just get laid by making women laugh. It will definitely work with his pretty face and strong body. But can he seduce this naive princess? Thank you for making me laugh, Felix. I feel much refreshed now. Isabella finally started to calm down. Felix proudly nodded. It's my pleasure. Why don't you join me on my horse? I can make you laugh much more, unlike certain Stoneheart. I changed my mind again. He's a dumbass and will die a virgin. Sylvester shook his head in disappointment. The hand holding Sylvester's robes near his waist tightened as Isabella shook her head. I'm quite comfortable, Felix. Frost is a larger horse after all. Sylvester, shall we continue the tour? Of course, Sylvester moved the horse. He could feel that Isabella got anxious as soon as Felix asked her to hop to him. However, that also made him happy because that meant she was relaxed and trusting enough towards him that she felt comfortable even when being so close. Things are going very well. As he left, Felix was left embarrassed and confused. Pat. Gabriel came beside Felix and patted his shoulder. My brother, I shall pray to the Lord that he grants you another brain, for the one you had is likely in the drain. What did I do wrong? May the Lord enlighten your brain. Gabriel prayed and moved behind Sylvester. After that, Sylvester took Isabella to various other buildings and monuments. He showed her the Golden Peninsula from the distance since none was allowed to be near it. Then he took her to the Guild Peninsula, where the real fun was as the place was full of various family-friendly taverns, shops, and guilds. As Sylvester left the horse in the stables and walked with Isabella, all eyes would fall upon them. But he'd try and make it appear that he and his friends were just her bodyguards instead of friends. There he loaned her a few hundred gold graces so she could buy whatever she liked, from some clothes and souvenirs to food. She tried everything and enjoyed it the whole time, as apparent by the big smile on her face. Sylvester let her be and didn't disturb her, as this was her first time seeing a market or getting to buy something. But past noon, Sylvester had other things to do, so he got her back on the horse and proceeded back to the Pope's Peninsula and back home. Thankfully, this time, he called Anya Mahler one, the young bright mother in training to give company to Isabella in his home. There is some food in the cabinets that Mum left behind. Take whatever you like and enjoy your time. Mum will likely return before me, he instructed the two girls. Where are you going? Isabella asked, her face growing anxious once again being with a stranger. Whom I left such a good impression. Excellent. To meditate in a classified location. See you later. Sylvester shut the door and left the building again. He arrived at the port and caught a boat to head to Soul Peninsula to meditate beside the Soul Tree and meet Grandpa Monk to see if he was alive or kick the bucket. He had received special permission beforehand from the Pope, so he was allowed into the heavily guarded island. After giving his prince as records, he was let go to roam around under the dense cover of the giant tree. But before going to Grandpa Monk, he decided to finish meditating and see if there was any update on the visions. After jumping a few branches, he chose a location and sat down. Chonky, go around and see if you can find any inscribing by the first pope. I makesy, Muraj saluted and ran away. After that, alone, Sylvester sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He slowly let his mind go empty and let the air flow through him and the celerium from the tree enter his body. By the time an hour passed, his brows started to crease together, but he didn't stop meditating and stayed in the same position. Another hour passed, and his face started sweating from forcing himself to focus so much. Gone, nothing. A few minutes later, his eyes opened abruptly and he breathed heavily. No more visions. Did she die? Did she not escape? Chapter 200, Chonky under Dumpy. Sylvester tried to meditate again and replicate the effects from the last time. But another hour passed, and the night was now shrouding the skis in darkness. He could not enter his visions no matter what he did. Did something happen to her? He wondered and stood up since remaining there was a waste of time. He found Murrej sleeping beside him after getting tired from playing around for hours. So he just picked him into his arms and made his way towards the little hut of Grandpa Monk. Arriving, he saw smoke rising from the little chimney. What's he cooking up now? How are you, Yogi? He first patted the head of the giant bear that sat in front of the hut and acted as the loyal guard of the old man. Grrrr, Yogi growled and showed his sharp teeth. Sylvester just took a strategic banana from his robes and gave it to him. Enjoy, bud. Yogi quickly got up, grinning unnaturally, and took the banana, which annoyed a certain cat, and a fight ensued, where Yogi tried to catch the jumping banana. Sylvester just knocked on the door and entered. Grandpa Monk, you still in there? What do you mean still? Grandpa Monk blurted from his cooking station. Archpriest Sylvester Maximilian, it's been a while since I saw you. Sylvester found two oldies inside the room. One was Grandpa Monk, and the other was Archbishop Noah, the man who was his religious studies teacher in the school, and the first man who openly believed that he is the real God's favored. Archbishop Noah was as homeless-like as before with his long, white hair and beard, along with simple baggy robes. But the already wrinkled face had a few more lines now. Sylvester held respect for this man and knew he was important to himself. May the holy light enlighten us, Mentor Noah. I hope I didn't disturb you too. The old man smiled like he just saw the shine of his life walk in front of him, so happy and excited. Not at all, Archpriest, and I am not your mentor anymore. We're colleagues. Sylvester shook his head. In a child's life, there are two teachers to whom he always remains a student. One is the mother who teaches the child to walk, and the other is his mentor who teaches him how to live. So, you are my forever mentor, Archbishop Noah. The old man nodded in contentment. Of course, if not the sweet-tongued bard, then who would dare say such fine words? Come, Archpriest, have a seat beside me. My old friend here is showing me his new tea. Sylvester bowed to Grandpa Monk and sat down. I hope it has no nectar in it. Cough. Grandpa Monk coughed and eyed Sylvester, as if telling him not to talk about the homemade non-alcoholic booze. Ha, so even he's scared of offending the ultra-religious Archbishop Noah. Sylvester internally chuckled. What brought you here, Archpriest? Archbishop Noah asked. I came here to meditate and see if I get an update on my visions or not. At the same time, I hope to check up on Grandpa Monk. Did you, Grandpa Monk asked, get an update on the visions? Sadly, no, Sylvester dejectedly denied. I don't know why, but I tried for 3 hours and could see nothing. It's as if I've been disconnected. I don't understand. Has the vision come true, or did something change? The two old men looked at each other as if talking with eyes. Then Archbishop Noah spoke. Archpriest, it's impossible to say anything about this subject, for there exists no master in this field. Visions are like the fruits from Solis. Only a few are lucky enough to have them. When they appear and when they don't, there exists no fixed pattern. It could mean anything. It could mean that your visions have shown you everything that they want. It could mean that the visions have changed and have become invalid. Or it could mean your visions have already passed without you noticing it. Sylvester was reminded of a past vision where the girl directly spoke to him. No, I don't think the vision has passed. But Archbishop, could it be that this other person who appears in my vision has gone beyond the range of how far this soul tree can see? That's an amazing theory, Grandpa Monk muttered. It's a known fact that the world is full of spots where sometimes an abundance of solarium exists, and in some cases a great deficiency. Sylvester silently wondered what it could be if even these seniors could not answer his questions. But he wasn't disheartened, as he was warned enough times not to fall into the bottomless pit of divination and visions. All he could do now was to keep the face of the girl in the vision etched into his mind so that, when she finally appears in front of him, he could recognize her. I should take my leave then. I'm sure Mum is waiting at home. I will return again later, Grandpa Monk. Sylvester got up. I also need to see Sir Dalarum in the sick bay. I won't be here for the coming months, son, Grandpa Monk blurted. I'm afraid, seeing so much turmoil and mess around, I have to come out of my retirement and work a little more. I shall head south tomorrow to stop the mad war the Grand Duke of the Patch has waged. They say they need someone senior, and I'm the most eligible one left. This could very well be the last time we meet then. Sylvester walked forward and extended his hand. I shall pray for your calm and fruitful travels, Fifth Guardian. Come here, you. The old man instead hugged Sylvester. This may be the last time we see one another. If that is the case, then take my blessings. May you help the faith shine brighter in the time of darkness, and in times of warmth may your light lead to calmness. Amen, Archbishop Noah muttered. Sylvester patted Grandpa Monk's back and whispered, I will pray you return safely and cook up a few more recipes of that nectar. Behahaha, good lad. Grandpa Monk laughed and released him from the hug. Take this for Sir Dalarum. I heard what happened to him. It was a bag of tea, so Sylvester happily took it and left the little hut. Outside, he found Muraj stuck under the butt of Yogi, as the bear ate the banana slowly. How did this happen? He asked. Muraj angrily meowed. Mwaya, I got too greedy and didn't see his fat butt. Chonky, my friend, you deserved it. I know, help. Sylvester slapped Yogi's back lightly to make him move a little and release Muraj from the thick prison. Wraja. Bam! Sylvester caught Muraj by his nape before he could shoot off at Yogi and scratch the poor bear's face. We're going to Sir Dalarum, so behave. Okay. What? I know he's the true God's favored. Inside the hut, after Sylvester was gone, the Archbishop spoke confidently. Grandpa Monk nodded while cleaning a few glasses. Everyone knows, my friend. Nobody possesses the magical abilities that he does. That Felix kid is too easygoing for his own good. Those Louis and Griffin kids are good as inquisitors, very strong and on a path to might. Finally, Augustus has a knack for exorcism of a higher level. But no one can shine as bright as Sylvester, nor are they as wise as him. Then why keep mockery of the test going? Archbishop asked. Grandpa Monk answered him. To drive them all towards greatness. I remember when the current Pope, Axel, was young. He didn't win to be chosen as a final God's favored. Instead, he befriended all other competitors and proved to them that he was the best, so the rest dropped out on their own. As of now, this is not a competition of might anymore. It's a competition of self-discovery. They must question if they are truly worthy. After all, the path to the Lord starts from within first. Does everyone agree that he's the one? Bishop asked. At that, the old monk sighed. I wish that were the case, but I'm afraid we're seeing something similar happening to what occurred during the era of turmoil. Factions, ugly, vicious factions are rising, and they aim for the long game, and I'm afraid I won't be alive to help when they show their real face. Archbishop disappointedly sighed. Indeed, it's a vicious cycle. After every era of prosperity, there comes an era of stagnation. The demons are rising outside and within. I hope the right minds can realize it and stop its final rise before it begins. Amen to that, my friend. What? Sylvester arrived at the sick bay and was allowed to enter. But before that, the guards informed him that he was summoned to the Inquisitor camp. He knew why, so he went to say a small goodbye to his favorite wizard knight. Sir Dalaran, why are you trying to walk around? Sylvester rushed in to help the bald man. You will open your wounds again. No, I must learn this echolocation quickly. I'm afraid I'll lose all my skills if I remain in bed for too long. My muscles shall forget how to swing the sword. Sir Dalaran frustratingly tried to push Sylvester away. It's not something you can learn in a day, Sir Dalaran. Sylvester tried to reason. But I must. So much desperation. I must force him to relax or he'll never heal. Sylvester stood in front of Sir Dalaran and then slowly pushed him back, leading him to the bed. Do not hinder my training, Archpriest Sylvester. Sylvester roared even louder. Sit back down, you old manchild. I do not wish to see you bleed any further. Do you wish to have me blame myself more and mentally suffer? Sir Dalaran stopped struggling, facing Sylvester. His eyes were open and blinking, but they saw nothing. So Sir Dalaran slowly patted his hands on Sylvester's arms and eventually brought them up to his face, feeling his skin with his palm. It was not your fault. I am your commanding officer. You are an aide to me. I sent you to Green City, so the blame lies within me. No need to deny that, Sir Dalaran, Sylvester spoke. But I shall not wail in the corner. Instead, I am looking for a cure. And I shall have it in a few months, of this I'm sure. Don't make yourself go through this anguish, Sylvester. You have enough on your plate. Forget my eyes, it's too late. Sylvester gave the man a brotherly hug and whispered to him, Never, or else, how will you see me on the golden holy throne? I advise you not to forget your own vows, Sir Dalaran. He released the man and helped him sit back on the bed. I have been called by Inquisitor High Lord. We are likely to head to solve the murder mystery, and whoever did this to you, I will bring you his eyes. So keep yourself safe until then. Sir Dalaran nodded intensely. I will, Lord Bard. I have not forgotten my vows. Sylvester put an apple in the man's hand. And you never will. Together, we are fated to cross each and every hurdle, for the service to the Bard is eternal, as much as the Lord's warmth that is so carnal. Amen, Sir Dalaran muttered, tears of calm finally sliding down. For he felt at peace after so long. Being on the run for life for so many days was not easy on his mind. But Sylvester was gone by then, for every man deserves to have a place of his own when the sweat from eyes falls down.